Yo, what's good? It's bombastic plastic here. And I made it cool to play with plastic again. I sensationalized it. Yes, it was all me. With that being said, I'll hand it off to my good man Burst.
Yo, what's good? It's the homie Burst ZG here, and today we're finna get into some cool topics. But before we can get into that, I gotta introduce the homie Sai.
Yo, what's good, everybody? Quintessential is here. How y'all folks doing, my fellow collective brethren? You know how we do. We like to come back with all the news and goodies, so hope y'all ready for all this joyous eye candy y'all about to see.
All right, so with that, I think we should get into our first topic of the cast, which is actually some third-party news. So we're gonna get into the Beast Deities Super Saiyan 3 reissues that are happening. Let me pull that up on the screen really quick, and you guys should be able to see now. So I guess just a little background. We did already get these as a release about 2-3 months ago at this point. It's been a little bit since we've gotten them. And they did a total of about what is this, 6 variants. 2 of them obviously being different because of Goku and Vegito. And they all turned out pretty decently. Obviously some had some issues, but there was a huge outcry for people wanting them more, so they decided to do another run with them. However, there are some minor changes to the actual faceplates that they're using, alongside with maybe some potential upgrades to the actual structure of the mold, so it's not as pertinent to issues as the other ones were. But if you guys want to talk on them, go ahead.
Okay, I'll say this. Well, first thing first, the review for the rest of the Super Saiyan 3s are coming. They're in the pipeline. But the biggest thing with these figures, well, the reissues at least, is that, as Burst said, there are some differences. They're going to come with the animal heads this time around. And, of course, the animal hands and like paws and stuff. But besides that, that'll be it. This will be nice for people that missed out on the original release, and also, so the 2 exclusive versions of the figures, like Vegito with the black gi and Kaioken Super Saiyan Blue 3 Goku, that won't be in this reissue. Those will not be included. Now, luckily, the black gi Vegito is still on 5K Toys till this day. I thought that was one of the coolest looking figures of the wave, but somehow it hasn't sold out. That's all I have to really say about that. Fix the heavy hair.
That's pretty much literally what I was going to jump in on. It's like, realistically, that's the only thing where I'm just like, they really need to focus on the most is that hair. Like, yes, it looks immaculate, it looks beautiful, love it, but it is way too heavy. That needs to be the biggest thing that they change and adjust with these reissues. Will it happen? Probably not. I mean, if it does, a welcome surprise. I would love to be wrong, but we know how Beast Deities, formerly known as Kong, how they do. They will ride a mold till the wheels fall off. So
Right.
these work for them, and it's like, all right, cool. If it ain't broke, don't fix it in their eyes. So, I mean, just know that, hey, what you're getting with this posability, fun factor a little bit, that cuts into it. So just be wary of that before you dive headfirst into these.
Right. And kind of to touch on it, we have a upcoming release right now, which is those Goku Blacks. And one thing that kind of had all of us hyped when we all saw it was, the original SSJ3 prototypes and how it looked like the hair could hold its own. And, being that we have the pictures of the new Goku Black, it looks like it can, but I'm very cautious this time because we were fooled. We were indeed fooled last time. So hopefully they have fixed it, but better to be on the cautious side.
Big facts, like my man Baum said, a very shrewd balancing act. That's literally what it was, straight up and down. It was a very shrewd balancing act because they most definitely just like, yep, we're gonna go ahead and pose these up right and make it look right, because if you see my man Baum video, you cannot post those things like that at all. Like, not even in the slightest. You're not hitting half those poses.
Now, one thing I will say is, when I was talking with Sai one time, he was like, what if they just happened to use a lighter plastic when they had those prototype pictures?
Yeah.
But then that's really stupid, because not to say that your idea is stupid, but that's stupid of them because why would you switch to plastic? Use that same plastic, man. Why didn't you use the same plastic? Now, I don't know all the logistics of making an action figure, so I could be missing something, right? But, figure something out, man.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Yeah. All right. With that, I guess we could start moving into the official news we have here. So we'll talk about, a little bit of January's releases in terms of official s.h.figuarts and some other third parties. First, we got the new s.h.figuarts Android number 20, Dr. Giro, who was a premium Bandai release. And he actually already released here in the States and is due for somewhere between, the 20th and 25th of this month for Japan, since they have the worldwide same-time delivery. And FYI, worldwide same-time delivery usually means it'll come out faster in the United States, first, as opposed to Japan getting it. So if you see it on a release pre-order, it's probably better for you to just go with that option if you want it faster.
Indeed.
So one thing I'll say about that Dr. Giro, I don't have it in hand yet, but I have seen some pictures floating online and whatnot, and it does, I hate to say it, because actually, contrary to what people may think, as much critique as I give to tamashii, I actually really like tamashii a lot. But that Dr. Giro looking kind of suspect. It's looking kind of cheap from the pictures that I've seen. Now, I really won't know until it's in hand. You never know what you're getting with a figure until it's in hand. Seriously. I've seen people complain about that Goku, the legendary Super Saiyan Goku. Yeah. Oh, he's miscolored. And then I've literally also heard people like, yo, once I got it in hand, wow, I like this figure a lot. Right. So, always, I know it's unfortunate. People don't want to gamble with their money, but sometimes it's worth it. Now, also, sometimes it's not. But I guess, are you willing to take that risk? Is
right.
Ultimately what it ends up being.
Let me just piggyback off that a little bit, right? No matter what, you're going to be gambling with your money no matter what. It is whenever you put in a pre-order for these figures, whenever you buy these figures, you always put in a gamble. You don't know if you're going to get a good figure or a bad one. You don't know if you're going to get a bad copy out of the batch or what. Like, great example. Everybody last year all felt it. Trunks. Everybody felt that.
Yeah.
We all was hyped for that. And what happened? We got loose arm popping off, loose legs, the whole nine, like everything. Like, it was like, like the sword, the sheath wasn't fully glued together. Like, it was a gamble. And this is like everybody. So it's like, no matter what, you're always going to be putting in that gamble, whenever you are purchasing a figure. Like, even if you go buy one, like, to be honest, you're gambling less when you have the ability to go buy it in store, because you can pick up the box and look at it. You're like, all right, cool, this one looks good. But when you're buying it offline, bro, it's always a gamble no matter what. So it's like, don't sit here and be like, oh yeah, this is gonna be good just because it's official. We have already dealt with that more than once from official releases where it's like, oh, what happened? And there's like really no excuse. And to also piggyback off of one thing, Bomb, myself, Burst, we critique Tamashii Nations a lot because we know what they're capable of. A lot of people let that fall to the wayside, not paying attention to, or rather thinking about the previous release, and I don't mean just, the previous one from before Trunks, just down the line in general, like I always said, been in this collecting game with them since they started the whole Dragon Ball line. So it's like, seeing what they're capable of doing and then going throughout the years and the missteps that they've made, and then going from, oh, this figure right here is amazing, and then you get to another highly anticipated figure and you're like, what happened with this one? I don't understand, So it's just like, great example. Everybody harp on, oh, the Vietnam factory, oh my God, but everybody forgets that the Vietnam factory made Final Form Cooler, which was, at that point in time, just about everyone's top figure of the year. So just point that out, But Dr. Giro, touch on him is just like, yeah, I see it. I mean, I see people, I've seen it can pull off some dope poses because I did see somebody pose it where he was hugging Piccolo. I was like, okay, that's dope. So that one was pretty cool. I was like, all right, so at least he got that articulation, so that's pretty good.
Right.
So I mean, I'm looking forward to getting that in hand. Like most definitely, like I can't wait.
Definitely, yeah. And to touch back what you said about the Vietnam stuff. So, that being such an issue, and this is just like community wide because my goodness, like anytime a release comes out, you look at the comments and you see, oh my god, it's made in Vietnam factory. Here we go. You got to remember, the Vietnam factory, yes, while they have put out some various figures with issues, they also have released figures with little to no issues. And like I said, that LSSJ Goku, the skin tone difference, I get it. It's such a conundrum with people, but at the same time, that figure came out with no issues with the articulation. It didn't come out too tight, too squeaky, nothing. It was like one of the most perfect releases aside from, oh my god, the skin tone is a little bit off. And when have you not seen the skin tone be off in many of these figures? Unfortunately, yes, it should make you mad, but at the same time, it shouldn't make you so like overly pessimistic about it or whatever that you're just sitting there like grilling them on and on and on. Because truth be told, that Goku that was on display for who knows how many months, I think that it actually had that skin tone problem and nobody was just seeing it because it was under good, decent lighting most times. Honestly.
Exactly.
So, and this is taking it out of DBZ, but if you got Toto from Jujutsu Kaisen, his faceplates don't even match the shading that they gave him on his chest, and that shading was new. They didn't actually have that on there, I believe, when they first showed him. So just keep that in mind. Sometimes shading is good, and sometimes shading is bad and might ruin the figure. Just being honest. But I think it's good to move into showcasing the GT Kid Goku. So let me put that up on the screen real quick, and we'll talk about him.
Yes, sir.
All right, we got him up here. So he is releasing this month. I forget the specific day, but it is rather close because there's a whole big setup of releases coming. But he is actually a figure I think a lot of people are looking forward to, considering that Tamashii actually made his height accurate, right? Because he's smaller than the actual Dragon Ball Kid Goku, which was interesting, alongside having a different kind of set of joints and whatnot as opposed to the other kid type characters that they have done.
One thing. Oh wait, were you done, Burks?
Yeah, you go.
One thing I'll say about this Kid Goku is that it was very interesting. So when it was first revealed, I was like, I'll take it definitely, but why? And then I flashed back to DF. Because when they revealed that adult GT Goku, I was like, once again, why? Who would ask for this? Right. Show us that future Gohan, please. And all right, we'll get to that at some point, I'm sure. But that adult GT Goku, I was like, okay, sure. This is out of nowhere, and then like a month or two later, Kid GT Goku, and I'm like, that's why they probably had a little inkling beforehand, before we were privy. So, in general, with this release, I'm actually hype about it. I've always wanted a good Kid GT Goku figure ever since I was a kid. I was hoping that it would come with a Super Saiyan hair, but looks like who knows when that'll actually happen, if it happens. I was hoping for even a Super Saiyan 3 hair, but I'm pushing it.
I got something to say about that.
I think, and then Dragon Ball Diamond got revealed, and I was like, are they kind of trying to piggyback off? Like, was that preemptively warning us about Dragon Ball Diamond? Oh, Goku's a kid again. Oh, hey, GT Goku. So get ready. I don't know, but one thing I'll say about the aesthetic of the figure. I think it looks good enough. I don't know about Tamashii, and since they entered the 3.0 era, they've been kind of going with this super angular style for the hair, which I think it works for later Dragon Ball, and I think it works for the Super Saiyan form. But the base hair,
no.
I guess you could take it or leave it. It can work, but the hair is a lot less angular. It's more smooth, but it is what it is. It's not a complete deal breaker for me. It's just something that I've noticed. I'll pass it on to whoever wants to take it next. Pause if necessary.
Y'all know I've been saying this for the longest, since the inception of, our podcast. This. Even before then, that third party has been getting, drip fed what official releases are coming next. So they know what to do preemptively when it comes to what they should release next. So with that adult GT Goku from Demoniacal Fit releasing, and then us literally getting the announcement for Kid GT Goku, that all but confirmed that for me. Like, wholeheartedly, because, again, like you said, why? Who was asking for that? Nobody was asking for that. No one in their right mind was like, oh, yes, Kid, adult GT Goku. Yes, we need that. We want that. Like, there was no uproar about that at all. And then all of a sudden, here it is. And it's like, oh, okay, why is that? Oh, well, this is why. Makes sense. And we are seeing that a lot. And what happened that we were saying before then was what? Third party had a huge spike in Gohan-related releases. Super Saiyan 2 head sculpts, the fabric cape, all that, the wired capes, all this and that. It was just a huge up spike in third-party releases in terms of Gohan. We was like, yo, what is going on? Like, where is this coming from? And then what happens not too long after? Official announcement of Cell Games Gohan. Super Saiyan Full Power Super Saiyan Gohan. We was like, yo, wait, what? Like, okay, that came out of nowhere. And it explained why all that was happening. So, again, that all but confirms to me that these factories, third party, they know people that's working in these factories that's making these figures for, Tamashii Nations and all that. And they letting people know, like, hey, yo, look, this is what's being made next. This is what we're doing next. All right, cool, whoever cousin, uncle, sister, brother, whoever is letting they peoples know, hey, yo, this is what we're working on. Oh, okay, is that so? And now they know what to go back and work on to capitalize off of that. So that's my whole thing with that, and that's I'm gonna keep it with that right there. This Kid GT Goku, for me, I'm not that big of a GT fan. I've always said that, looking forward to getting it, but mainly to round out the Dragon Ball FighterZ roster, because that's what this does. Help round out the Dragon Ball FighterZ roster, because he is a playable character in Dragon Ball FighterZ. So the only difference is he doesn't have the tail. Now, to go along with that, right, I will say, hey, don't be surprised if, somewhere along down the line, we get a baby Vegeta, and he so happens to come with a Super Saiyan head or a Super Saiyan 3 head and a tail of some sort, or something of the sort. Some other figure releases come with some DLC for a Kid GT Goku. Don't be surprised. That's all I'm gonna say about that one.
Yeah. They definitely are either. Oh, God, you want to go?
I just want to give a little bit of pushback, not because I believe this, but because I think it's a reasonable argument. So when we saw third party releasing all the Gohan, Teen Gohan, so-called Teen Gohan stuff, right? Some people attributed that to, because a lot of that started happening like a little bit after we got the SDCC exclusive. So they was like, all right, they're giving us merchandise to put on that SDCC exclusive Gohan.
But we saw that before that even was announced. We were seeing those pictures way before that, and we even discussed that. We saw that way before those announcements even happened, and we all collectively were all like, "Yo, what's up with all the Gohan love?" And I remember your words exactly. He was like, "I don't know, but I'm loving it. I'll take the Gohan love." I remember that. Those are your exact words, Mom. He was like, "I'll take it though."
Yeah, I just had to throw that in there.
To touch on what you were saying about other releases, though, in terms of GT Kid Goku, Sai, don't you think it's interesting, though, that he came with no tail, though? Like, I know it's like his version, right, when he just got shrunk down, but they could have included the tail, because he has the tail for the most part after that, first that episode,
first story arc,
right? Yeah. So it's interesting to think about, because at this point, right, like, we still have Omega Shenron, regular Sin Shenron, Nova Shenron, Ice Shenron, all those possibilities out there. And I don't know how they're going to do it because we have Pan and Trunks that are supposed to eventually come, hopefully. I mean, they could get put into the Volt like Chilai and Lemo, of course, but I'm hoping, that this means that they want to drive the GT a little bit more because usually we only get like 1 to 2 releases a year for GT.
Yeah.
So if we're gonna get 3 potentially already, then maybe there's some hope to see some more stuff there. While they're still for some reason keeping Dragon Ball Super on the low burn. But yeah. Next up, I think we have the RE custom stuff to talk about. Let me pull that up.
Man.
All right,
The
so
absolute new phenom.
RE
Yes.
Custom. This is a company that literally felt like it came out of nowhere. It was the first time I heard about it with those. What was it? Was it the Omni Goku sculpts? Right?
It was they were wait, was it the Omni? I think so. And then they did the Windy head sculpts.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
right now it looks like they're getting ready to release the Merge Zamasu set, which is pretty dang cool. Like it looks really, really freaking nice on the body. I don't know. What do you guys have to say about this right now?
Well, okay, I'll say this about RE Customs. RE Customs is funny because it's a third party that we know already. It's just that they decided, hey, I want to be, instead of being Spider-Man today, I want to be Spider-Dude. And if y'all don't know who I'm referencing, if you open up the RE Customs, because I have the historic First Battle head sculpt set, which is basically Saiyan Saga, Vegeta, and Goku with the wind blown, right? If you take the bangs off, right, it says Lefma. And we know Lefma from doing the collab with those with Fang Studio. And if you go on 5K Toys right now, you can see Fang Studio X Lefma. And they did the Super Saiyan head sculpt, the Super Saiyan Blue head sculpt, and the Super Saiyan Rose head sculpt. So here they just switched the mask, right? Now what I'll say about the Zamasu here, right? Very bold move. That had to be like a passion type of thing. Why do I say that? Because how many people actually at this point in time that collect Dragon Ball figures actually have merged Zamasu as a figure? That was released a while ago, and it never got a re-release. How many people actually have that figure? So that had to be more of it feels like a passion thing. Oh, I like Merge Zamasu, so we're going to drop this.
Right.
Because how many people, that's like that, what's that one third party that dropped that Gotenks, Super Saiyan 3 hair?
Yeah.
Like how many people actually have Gotenks?
Yeah.
It never got a re-release. So, I like it. It's well done. Very well done, but, very bold release in terms of make sales. But that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, not too much other than that. In terms of Merge Zamasu, they do have some other stuff that they're working on that we probably will touch back on a little later after we finish going through the monthly releases.
Right.
All right. So with that, we actually are going to go into something that is growing right now. The Beast Deities Timebreaker Goku Black. As you've seen, there's just Goku Black here, Goku Black there. Everywhere you go, somewhere someone is doing Goku Black. But let me pull up these pictures really quick. In the background, Sai or Bomb will take it from there.
Just let me know when you got the pictures up.
I'll do a little bit of talking about this.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. I mean, I'm just gonna say this. I have to tip my hat to them because their ambition knows no bounds. Like it is just, I am still. I mean, of course, we know they're riding the mold. Riding that wave, that mold till the wheels fall off. But it's just to think that this was announced by them via 5K Toys at the end of 2022. No. Yeah, the end of the very in December. Yep, December of 2022, they announced it, right? The very next month, January 2023, we had renders. before we finished out 2023, we had actual prototypes and picks. And now here it is, 2024, it's releasing in Q1. I'm sorry, that's pretty good. This is all still in the process of them releasing figures.
Yep,
Still in
that's true.
2023. So it's like, yo, that's fire. I will say this. If anything, right? Yes, Beast Deity, aka Kong, whatever, they have their QC issues. Everybody has their QC issues, stuff they need to work on and get better with. Absolutely. I will not deny that. Hands out, gotta keep it 100 all day, every day. But I will say this, their ambition, they're at the top of the mountain when it comes to being ambitious, because they drop so many different variations of figures in such a short time frame. Like, their turnaround time is insane. Like, it's crazy. Like, you think about it in comparison to even just official releases sometimes, like great example, we'll talk about this later on down the line. Final Form Freezer, 100% full power Freezer, that was announced, and we're not getting that till September of this year. That's like, oof, that's ways off. And that pre-order went up before the end of last year, and it's like, oof, okay, that's ways off. All right, so now here it is. It's like, yo, they announced this thing, still we're dropping figures, and still we're showing progress of what's about to drop in here in Q1 in the next couple of weeks. So like, that's like I said, I got to tip my hat off to them. Like, it's on, they're on fire, like, definitely. And I dare to say that this Goku Black, and to be specific, because like I touched on earlier, we all touched on earlier, that hair is heavy as I don't know what for Super Saiyan 3. This Goku Black, Super Saiyan, and Super Saiyan 2, I wholeheartedly believe this is going to be their best figure to date, like, hands down. Like, it, because you won't have that cumbersome heavy hair to work with. Yep. It'll be well balanced, and now you just got to worry about, like always, like all releases, proper QC, the joints being good, everything else, articulation and all that. And we already see, it's the same legs, same 3.0 legs that they used on the other figures. Difference is now, they're using soft material, which is dope, which, by the way, can be taken off, which is sick. So for all my fellow customizers out there, hey, we got some toys to work with. So that can be removed. The accessory packs that comes with it, with the accessory pack, you're getting the effect parts plus the base hair. We'll say, the mask isn't anime accurate. That's just me nitpicking. That's just me personally. But everything else, all that comes with, this is going to be a really, really dope release. I cannot wait for this.
Yeah, and to touch on what you were talking about a little bit with the soft plastic and whatnot. So 5K Toys did provide a translated version of their improvements summary. So very quickly, yes. I'm not going to read through the whole thing, but in short, they've got what is supposed to be a lot better ankle articulation, because their last several releases, they're still working on it and they haven't quite hit it yet, but they should be ideally aiming to do what the LSSJ Goku can do with his ankle articulation, just in terms of how smooth it is and whatnot. And then, of course, they've got the separate pieces for the soft plastic on the top portion of the body. And they also included extra articulation for the wrist, which I don't know if maybe they did something similar that the LSSJ Goku has, where they've kind of cut a little piece off of the forearm in order to give there more range in that area. I don't know. We'll have to find out in a few weeks when hopefully it arrives in the States. But what I thought was really interesting is they say soft rubber PVC on the chest. That was one that I'm still like very interested to see, because how soft is it that is going to give us more range of articulation? You know what I mean?
You mind if I interject on that one real quick?
Yeah. Go ahead.
There's the video that they put up of them squeezing down and articulating the body. You actually get to see how soft it is, because dude is like just moving it around with his thumb, and he's like pushing down on it pretty hard. And I was like, oh, and you see it being mushed down in it. I don't know if they still have the video up on 5K. I mean, it should be, but yeah, you see it in that video where he's just moving it around, and it's pretty malleable.
Oh, I found it. Here we go. All right, let me see. Okay. Oh yeah, he's pressing down pretty hard on the top of it right there.
Yep.
Very excited to see these. I would assume that they're releasing in the Asia territory. Yeah, Asia territory is what, somewhere this week, next week, hopefully. It looks like people are already getting it in hand, so I assume rather quickly because 5K Toys is saying by end of January, which probably is going to equate to early February. But yeah, I mean, they're right around the corner, and if you haven't gotten one, I would highly recommend you already be following 5K Toys and put notice on. You can follow all of us, of course. You know, we'll put the news out as well. But if you want to like be ready, you know, you need to be like getting them notifications on, okay? Because this is one of the ones I feel like people are not going to lag behind to get, and it's just going to go immediately, maybe in the day that it comes out. So if you want to take part in the extra stock sale, make sure you put the notice on for 5K. When they do make a post saying what day time it's going to go live, I recommend you just keep a tab open with your account logged in so you're already ready when you start refreshing. Because listen, if you didn't see the SSJ3s and how fast them things went when the stock sale came, you wouldn't have any luck if you just try to arrive like an hour later. I'm just being honest.
Man, you better be fast. I'm sorry to cut you off because I was in that bunch with the Super Saiyan 3s and I wanted the special version one, and yo, I had it in the cart and I didn't even get to check out with it. So we gotta be, man.
It was tough, and it kept coming back too. Like every 20 minutes to an hour, like one would come back up, and it was just like, dang, you can't snag this thing. It's just impossible. All right. Oh, go ahead.
What I'll say about this, because I haven't talked much about this. Well, I have on my channel, but in this conversation right here, I'm super excited for these releases. What I'm hoping for, and I'm hoping I'm not getting too far ahead with this, but with this Goku Black release, I'm hoping that they release the white version of this figure, which he has the white hair and his shirt is white. I'm hoping that 5K does release that. Now, this is wishful thinking. Do not get your hopes up for that to actually drop.
Actually, let's talk on that. Like, let's talk on that.
One thing I'll say is that, like Cyrus said, this will probably be their best release. I think, in my own experience from the 3.0 mold with Kong Studio, right? The problem, I haven't experienced like things breaking on me or loose arms or anything like that. In fact, the joints have been pretty sturdy. Everything feels fine. The problem has been the heavy hair, and that's what's holding the mold back. In fact, I guess this is kind of like a shameless plug, but if you go on my Instagram page as of right now, I have a new toy photography, and it's basically the Tamashii Nations 2.0 Goku Ultra Instinct head on the Kong Studios 3.0 Goku body, and it works fine. Now, I use a conversion pack from A.A.F.C.T Customs, so check them out if you want. Shameless plug again, but it's so fun to pose around. It is so fun to pose around without the heavy ass hair.
No.
And so I think that every figure that Beast Deities drops without the heavy hair is gonna be good. People are gonna like it. Zycor, the Goku Blacks without the Super Saiyan 3, the regular Gokus, the Super Saiyan Goku, Super Saiyan 2 Goku, Super Saiyan Blue Goku, all of those are gonna be good money because you don't have to worry about the heavy hair. Everything that got the super long hair is kind of like up in the air. I hope they troubleshoot that before we get to stuff like, for example, Super Saiyan 5 Vegeta, which I'm sure is going to come inevitably at some point before we get to Cumber. Right? You feel what I'm saying? So
yeah, all day.
I just hope that they troubleshoot that stuff so they can really take off. I promise you, they fix that hair issue.
Big facts.
And you know, of course, QC, because I have seen some reviews and some complaints online. Oh, this snaps, this broke. Now, luckily, I haven't had that issue with Beast Deities, or formerly known as Kong, myself. I haven't had that issue recently. It's been good money recently, for me at least. But fix those couple things, and sky's the limit, because they're ambitious. They're willing to tackle stuff that nobody else is tackling.
Exactly.
And also, I guess this could segue us, and then I'll let Burst take it from here, into the F's Time Breaker Goku Black, which is on a 2.0 mold, but don't count it out. And this is coming from somebody that loves Beast Deities. Don't count it out. It's at a good price point at $39.99, and well, it doesn't look bad. I have to say, it doesn't look too bad. It doesn't look too shabby.
Yeah. I will say. Oh, go ahead if you want to go, Sai.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
You know, I know Sai had mentioned earlier about the mask. I do like Demoniacal Fit's mask a little bit better on that body,
Exactly.
and I'm curious because I indulged in all of it. So whenever I do get the Demoniacal Fit version, I kind of like their hair sculpt a little bit more too, for the base look. I'm curious if I can put that one on the Beast Deity's body and maybe get a perfect fit, but we'll have to see. You know, I don't know if they designed it in mind for a 3.0 body with the wideness of the neck area. We'll have to see.
Oh no, we did not at all. Like, I'm sorry, I cut you off. Sorry. It's just the only reason why I say this is because we've seen these prototypes.
A long time ago.
These prototypes a year ago. Like we knew about this. We knew this was coming. Like they announced this in 2021 or something like that. They announced this 2022.
Yeah, at least 2 years ago. At least.
Yeah, they announced this 2 years ago. So it was like, and we saw those prototypes within that 2-year announcement. So it was like, this is all straight up 2.0. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not bashing the fact that it's on a 2.0 mode. You can ask my fellow gents here. I'm a huge Goku Black fan. I'm buying it all. Straight up, I'm buying it all. I'm getting everything. I got everything bought or pre-ordered. Like, that's just what it is, right? But it's just, and again, like you said, their mask, DF has the mask spot on. It is perfect. By far, the only ones to have that mask perfected and anime accurate. Like, it is, yes, the bee's knees, chef kiss, hats off to them all day, every day, right? Like, I can't wait. And then here's to hoping, that it comes with some accessories, because we do know this. Hey, DF, they are keen. They're known to drop a decent amount of accessories with their releases. A stand, that's common ground for them, which I love that. Awesome, always dope. So it's like, we don't know what else is coming with it, but with the hair scope and everything, pretty much is the same from it's the same hair scope as their Majin Buster, right? Same head, same hair. They just, of course, got the mask on and everything like that. Is done just for that. This was, like I said, this was something that's pretty much, I can't even say been in the works. They've been holding out on this, waiting for pretty much this Goku Black wave to hit, waiting for Beast Deities to announce their release, and then they jumped right into, as my homie Bomb says, ride the wave like they always do. They jumped on a surfboard and just started swag surfing. So it was like, and it's not just them. There's a multitude of things which I'm hoping it's okay to touch on right now, since we're we on the Goku Black train. You also got DL Custom. They announced their Goku Black head sculpts forever ago. We barely got any news on these things, so it was like, okay, last thing we got was the prototype images of them. We was like, oh, okay, finally, like, it's been quiet, and now we got the colored versions, and it's like, oh, okay, so now this stuff is about to drop soon. So it's pretty much just a mass Goku Black wave. You got the head sculpts coming in from DL Customs. You got the figures coming in from Beast Deities and Demoniacal Fit. So it's like, if you're a Goku Black fan, hey, you eating good right now in Q1. Like, straight up, we eating good, like, hands down. So, and and that's also a plus too, being that the DF one is on the 2.0 body, you'll be able to take the DL Custom head sculpts if you want to, and put it on the DF body, which would be dope. Like, now, as far as the face is fitting, I don't know about that. Like, doubt it. I have my doubts. Would be dope if you could do it though. But just know, like, hey, still they're going to be on the 2.0 mode, so that's a huge win. That's a huge plus. like yeah, like this, like I can't wait to see more of whatever else that it comes with. Like now, must say this though, with the demoniacal fit Goku Black, Time Breaker Goku Black, there are no soft materials on that as far as like the torso and anything like that. Everything is sculpted onto that. So don't think you're gonna get that one in hand and be able to take stuff off like how you can on a Beast Deity one or with recent Tamashii releases. That's not gonna be the case. Like the only thing that's more than likely that's gonna be cert is pretty much like the little skirt that comes down from the belt.
Yeah.
That's on the front and on the back. That's really it. Anything else, no, it's going to be molded on, and it's there to stay. So just keep that in mind. Like I said, we don't know what accessories come with. Like we know, at least we know it has to come with a stand. That's their mod. That's their trope. So most definitely looking forward to it. I'm hyped. Can't wait.
Yep. So before we head into the next topic, I'll just say if you are interested in the demoniacal fit version, you can find it on 5K Toys. It probably is going to be on Omnime, and then on, as usual, AliExpress, which I found AliExpress for demoniacal fit releases probably is the better way to go, just if you want it faster. And they usually have free shipping too, so sometimes you're saving a little bit more. And that's the same for the DL custom stuff. If you want the DL customs, usually they only go through Omnime for the stateside release. I don't know what exclusive deal they got with Omnime that they want to go there, but that's the only store that sells them pretty much. So yeah, they're still there, and I did the price match between AliExpress and Omnime if you want to get both sculpts, and it's cheaper right now to just go with Omnime if you're a person in the States. So I recommend that. Anyways,
may I off that real quick before you end that?
Go ahead.
Another thing with AliExpress, they also have like crazy discounts and deals throughout the week.
Yep.
And you can also use your coins and stuff like that. So like, you can get some huge discounts on that stuff and get it cheaper via AliExpress versus Omnime. We've done that ourselves. So it's like, ended up like a figure that was like, $60 something, and with the discounts we put in on it, ended up only costing us like $30 something. We was like, oh, okay. So just saying, don't count AliExpress out too quick. You just be on the lookout for those deals and log in and utilize them coins as much as you possibly can, because it will definitely save you some money. Because right now, I'm letting you know, we said this before, last podcast, and it again, 2024, 2025, prepare your wallets. It's gonna hurt these next 2 years. It's gonna hurt.
Yep. All right. So with that, I think we can start talking about this Toyotaro UI Goku, and it does come with a book that they call the s.h.Figuarts, which is basically like all of the releases up till I would think that they have it at least up to what, May or something of this year. It's hard to tell because we've gotten releases now going out to September of 2024, so I'm not too sure how far that book will go out. But hopefully it includes at least up to, I would hope, full power Frieza. What do you guys think?
Okay, I got a whole lot to say about this. First of all, Toyo, my boyo. Toyo's my guy. I know a lot of people don't like Toyotaro. I like Toyotaro a lot, man. Toyo, my boyo. So, with this, right? It was a cool... This set the precedence for some wild stuff to happen in the future of Tamashii releases, excuse me. And let me explain why. So, when we start making artist-specific figures, the sky is the limit when we start releasing artist-specific figures. Now, with this particular release, right? Toyotaro MUI Goku. This was perfect because, first of all, funny enough, UI Goku or MUI Goku never got a re-release. So this was perfect. This is the perfect re-release. Second, it's in Toyo's art style. We never really got any DBS manga specifics s.h.Figuarts. This is the first of its kind. Y'all could correct me if I'm wrong. So the only thing is, first of all, Toyotaro has way better art. The artwork that they use as a reference for this hair sculpt and this head sculpt is meh, but Toyotaro has way better artwork of Goku in Ultra Instinct form. I don't know why they decided to use that, but I guess it works in their favor because whenever they want to actually release an updated sculpt, updated articulation, Ultra Instinct Goku on a whatever it might be on 5.0 mold by that time. If we're still numbering them at this point, because at this point they keep on doing these different changes and subtle changes to the figures to make them different. Like before, you could probably be like, all right, this is definitively 2.0, 3.0. Now it's getting harder and harder to tell. That's what I'm saying. But with this Goku, like, I'm happy for all the people that missed out on Ultra Instinct Goku, right? But at the same time, they used a very meh artwork as a reference, and the booklet is, for example, what some people are really counting on. Now,
facts.
That being said, can we expect to see more manga-related artwork figures? Maybe. Definitely wouldn't put it past them at this point, but the question is, what figure would that be, right? It would have to be something tournament of power and back. So no Moro. No, I know we love Granola, Moro. We want to see figures of those guys, but I really can't see that happening anytime soon unless it's by third party.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, the last thing I wanted to say. So, we know about the weight. Be surprised if DF's Ultra Instinct Goku is ready in time for the release of this Tamashii Nation. Do not be surprised at all. Do not be surprised. That's all.
Bomb, I think your mic cut out just a little bit.
Oh no. Okay, what was the last thing y'all heard?
Ultra Instinct by Demoniacal Fit, I think.
Yes. So what I'm saying is, do not be surprised if the Ultra Instinct Goku from Demoniacal Fit is ready to go when Tamashii Nation's premium Bandai version is ready to go. Do not be surprised.
I'd be laughing.
Yeah.
Because go ahead.
Yo. You go ahead, bro. Because I got a lot to say about that.
I was just gonna say I'd be laughing because I mean, you know, I posted those pictures the other month of like the prototypes of LSJ Goku, right? Now keep in mind, those things have possibly been out in circulation for a while now, right? Because production happens a lot faster and a lot sooner than we think. So somebody has had to have been holding on to them and just decided to upload a picture at any given time. It's very possible that Demoniacal Fit, because if you look at their render, it's like almost what feels like one for one. And it's like, okay, how would you be able to recreate that so well just by like doing it, making your art? That's not possible just to face reference it like that. I don't think there has to have been like an in-house model that they either scanned or something, because those prototype images, there's 3 different versions of it too. And you can see like the different types of plastic being attempted and the slimness of the frame and stuff like that. I'm just saying, it would be funny if they actually have it ready to go and are just doing this play by play and waiting and waiting and waiting, because that sets a whole new precedent for how to view Demoniacal Fit today as opposed to how they were before.
Y'all know I've been saying it for the longest. That goes right back to what I said at the very beginning when we started. Like, third party got their ear to the ground and they know what official is making, what they're coming out with, and so they preemptively strike and start doing what they got to do. Like, just like you just brought up the prototype images that you put up, I actually went back and looked at the prototype images and the renders for the 3.0 MUI DF Goku. And bruh, when I say them things is like you said, one for one, dog. I'm like, hold up. Boy, ain't no way.
Right.
Ain't no way. Like, come on, man. Like, no, ain't no way. So it was like, with this, right, it's like, one, I'm gonna tell you right, I'm hyped for this. Like, gents will tell you, I can't wait for this. I am uber hyped for this one. Like Bomb said, MUI never ever got a reissue. And you know what, to touch on that, just to solidify what I've been saying about this whole fighters roster being completed. So, just to let y'all know, like how Beast Deity pulled a shrewd balancing act, okay? Tamashii Nations is faking the funk, got y'all thinking, oh, this is Goku from the Moral arc, because they gave him the head sculpt. Look, let me tell y'all something. If it was Goku from the Moral arc, right, like wholeheartedly, he would have the scar on his chest. He does not have the scar on his chest.
Yep, exactly.
Keep that in mind. That scar is not there. It is still the very same exact body of the first release of MUI Goku. It is the same exact body. All they did was pretty much do what a lot of these third parties do. Gave us new head sculpts. That's it. That's all they did. They gave us new head sculpts. And I'm gonna be upfront. I've told the gents here already. I'm not a fan of this head sculpt. Me personally, I think the TK head sculpt is better than these. That's just my personal opinion. That's just me. So it's like, yo, like in all honesty, I'm hyped just for the book. Realistically, I'm more so just hyped to get the book. But from the official, that's really all I'm looking forward to, because it's like, all right, like again, and still, you look at it, it more so looks like, you know, what is it? What was that? I don't know if it was the fighters render that they showed with this, or if it was the Legends render that they showed with this. It was one of the two from the game, from either one of those games. But that's how they had them posed up. But again, this more so is to round out the fighters roster, because again, MUI never got a reissue. Now, Demoniacal Fit, I'm gonna say this: if they don't drop this, then that would be dumb of them. That's just me personally, because one, they would make so much money. They would make buku bucks, because it's not only the fact that MUI never got, this will be the second release for MUI. They will capitalize. They will be the only ones to release a MUI on a 3.0 mold. That is insane. And then the head sculpt that they're using for that, oh my god, it looks so good. So
Wait,
so
can
good.
I add on something?
Absolutely.
Okay, so one thing I will say, just because I almost forgot about that point. Yes, the head sculpt that they're using, if you watched any of my videos in the past when I covered that Demoniacal Fit UI, I was like, yo, this is my favorite. I don't think there's anything that could beat this hair sculpt for me. And now, to be fair, this hair sculpt seems to be leaning towards more anime-esque rather than Toyotaro-esque. Because Toyotaro, I'm not going to lie, when he draws MUI, especially when he draws it in, like, official like artwork, like poster artwork, he be going kind of crazy with the hair. You know, he takes a little bit of liberties with the hair, but it still looks really cool. Also, you got to remember, at the end of the day, Tamashii is releasing this Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku as a premium Bandai exclusive, and of course, this is before the Full Power Frieza shenanigans, right? Where we know what Full Power Frieza, I know we'll discuss when we get there, but very briefly, they said for places without premium Bandai, there will be a limited regular release. So MUI, that Full Power Frieza figure is the first to do that. This is not happening with the MUI Goku, as far as we know. No changes to that. So we know Demoniacal Fit figures are very readily available. Even when they sell out, Demoniacal Fit, as much flack as I give them, they don't go back and say, hey, yo, y'all want it? Here you go, re-release. Re-release, here you go. We got y'all, re-release. So, yo, this could be a banger for Demoniacal Fit.
Yes,
Indeed.
seriously. And, you know, we gonna touch on that. Like
one complaint from the people, not necessarily me, because if I look at it in a certain lens, I could accept it. The main complaint is that this Ultra Instinct Goku potentially will be too bulky. I could accept that if I think of it as being based off the Dragon Ball FighterZ model, which is more muscular. It's more, he has more bulk to him.
Absolutely.
So, I can appreciate
to
that.
add on that. Even in the V Jump art, the Toyotaro specifically drew that V Jump art to be more bulky and toned.
Yep.
So it makes sense.
Yep. And you see, and to now, well, this is where I guess I get in my bag a little bit. This is just to touch on what the homie Bomb said. Releasing figures based off of specific artists. Yeah, I know how I feel about this because I've been through this already. So, with that, right? I've said this, the very first episode we did. I started off, Gunpla, building Gundam models and all that. This is literally what they did with Gundam model kits, and it's like it gets old for me. I'm already over it, and they start this, I'm already over it already. Like, that's just being honest, Like, don't get me wrong, of course, would I like to have figures based off of certain artists because I like certain art styles? Absolutely. Like, will not deny that. Will not sugarcoat that. Will not sit here and be a hypocrite and try to fake the funk. No, but it's just one of those things where it's like, okay, how many times are you going to do this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, great example. Everyone has been Goku fatigued. Everyone be like, yo, bro, we got too many Gokus. This legendary Super Saiyan Goku reinvigorated people. That and Demoniacal fits Martialist Forever. Those are best two Gokus to date. Hands down, bar none. I'm just keeping it a beat. That reinvigorated people when, that's my opinion, I should say. That reinvigorated people for, oh, okay, a Goku figure, not just, oh, another Goku figure. Like, it was hype. It was like, yo, you got to see it in a different art style and a different limelight. But it's like, again, how many more times are you going to do this with the same character? And it gets to the point to where it's like, yo, it's minuscule upgrades or something that literally is not that big of a deal, like my personal opinion, right? This special V-Jump release of the Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken Goku. Me personally, I'm like, yo, I didn't miss out on anything. That's just me personally.
Right.
Like, besides the box. The box is dope. But, like, other than that, it's the same thing. It's the same thing we've gotten from official release more than once and third-party release more than once. So it's like, okay, some colors change here and there, but it's like, what else is there that's that big of a deal about it? And that's how I feel when it comes to releasing certain figures just based on certain artworks. Because again, like, if back in the day you watch Toonami, Gundam Wing, I can't tell you how many Wing Zeros I have. Like, it's insane how many Wing Zeros I have, and it's all based off of different art styles. You got the EW version, the anime version, the high resolution version, the
Endless Bolts
movie version. Like, yo, it's just so much, and it's like it gets so repetitive. It gets to the point to where you it takes the fun out of it. You're like, oh, okay, another one. Like, all right, like, do something else now. Like, this is getting old. Like, you've done this with the same character several times, and it's like, all right, you did all of this, you upped the price, but you're giving me less. You didn't really add anything to it. Oh, but it has this look. All right, cool, but it still has the same basic stuff, the same basic contents that the previous release had. There's nothing else new about it besides the look. Okay, like, yeah, and even then, how drastic of a change will the look be? Does it warrant you spending your money, more money than you did on the previous version? And if not, you just like, all right, this is killing my vibe right now. Again, this is just me. Like I said, I've been collecting for a very long time, and to see them take something that they did with Gundam model kits and then toss it over into just action figures for the Dragon Ball line, it's discouraging to me, because like when they started doing that with Gundam, Gundam model kits kind of like took a downfall. That's when it started like not saying they're going to take a downfall, because they still have so much to capitalize on. There's still so much, like we just scratched the surface of the Android saga. There's still more to go on, of course, but it's just one of those things where it's like, don't start doing that so much with characters. Me personally, I don't want them to start doing that so much with characters where it's like, yo, all right, now we're putting off a new release because, oh, we're gonna reissue this with a new look. Like, that's just where I stand with it. It's like, give me a new figure, like a new figure, versus, oh, like a reissue of Vegeta and Trunks in battle clothes with some new paint. Like, I'm over that. It's like 3.0. Like, let's get there. Let's do that.
Yeah,
that's just me.
The homie side went off.
Also, real quick. Also, like I said, I can't hammer this home enough, because, like Burst said, Toyotaro specifically drew that one artwork for them to base the figure off of. But first of all, if the figure actually looked like that artwork that he drew with all that muscle definition and
Oh
how
man,
brolic he was,
Bruh.
I've definitely been on board. Second of all,
Hell
like
yeah.
I said, Toyotaro has much better artwork in terms of, let's say, the hair specifically. For MUI, he has like really cool artwork. Like even like the TK DIY head sculpts. That's based off the manga.
Yep.
Specifically, the panel where he punches Jiren in the stomach.
Yep.
If you look at the hair that TK DIY did, and you look at that panel, you'd be like, TK DIY had that panel up in front of him while he was sculpting that.
Big facts.
So I say that to say Toyo. They like. I hope they have good judgment when choosing the artwork that they decide to use for a hair sculpt.
Right.
That's all. That's all.
For sure. All good points. All good points. I think it's a good time to transition to the next release, which we could quickly talk about this one and then move forward because it is just the result of the, I believe, 15th anniversary vote, which was, the winner, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, or Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, if you want to get technical. Listen, I've had words about this. This vote was pretty dumb. All right, there was just why put all these you have figures that just got reissued already, like
Evil Blue.
Yeah, like why even put him in there? He's literally available on the market, both Japan and stateside. Like I didn't have a problem getting him. Nobody else had a problem getting him because at that time people were also hyped to hopefully get the Bootanks kit that Tonsen had teased a while ago. So people were also looking for dupes. So it wasn't that hard to find. But also, they put characters like Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Vegeta on there, and Goku Black and stuff like that. And I get it. The newer collectors coming in are like, oh wow, I missed out on those guys. I really want a Saiyan Saga Vegeta or a Super Saiyan or a DBS Broly Vegeta, etc. But in my opinion, I think it would have been much better suited to give a character that probably is not going to get re-released for a long time, if at all, like Master Roshi or one of the Guinea Force members or something like that. And it just yeah, exactly. And it just came down to a point where it's like, yeah, this is going to be dominated by new collectors because there's no way in hell that they're going to be like, yeah, let's go all vote for Master Roshi or Bulma's bike. Granted, Bulma's bike thankfully got a reissue this year. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't like this vote in the way that they held it just for that reason. I feel like they could have put better options, or if they wanted to, give your own reissue vote for currently released items, and then let's do one for more of the limited releases, premium Bandai stuff, whatever. But also, I will say, if you did buy this figure, no, it does not come with the stand. I got the 15th anniversary Iron Man 2 figure, and that one did not come with the actual stand for the claw, like the claw. It just comes with the base. So if you're expecting to get the claw and stand, you're just getting the base with it, unfortunately. It's just to look good with him. It's unfortunate, but I know people are going to be mad when they open it up and be like, where the fuck is the stand?
I did not know that,
Yeah. Dropping some news, some bangers here. But yeah, that's...
They hit you with a McFarlane.
Yes.
Damn.
That's about all I have to say about this release, because I'm already like...
Hey, there's something else to add.
Oh, go ahead.
To that, because it's not just that one. It's also, speaking of Vegeta, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta is also getting a reissue.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Why?
To go along, yep.
Why? Sure, just cause. Like my take on this stuff, right? When it comes to these votes that they do and everything like that, I'm gonna be honest, right? I really feel like they do what 5K Toy does, but 5K Toys, they just like, yo, oh snap, hey, we went through the warehouse. This is what we found here. Buy it. Like that's it. That's what I honestly think happens with Tamashii Nation. They're like, yo, we got a surplus. Hey, we found these in the back. How many is in there? Oh, about a good 15,000. Oh, hey, let's go ahead and what else we got? Oh, we got this, and this. XYZ, ABC, 1, 2, 3. Hey, put all that on the survey. Put all that on the survey, and it doesn't matter what they vote for. The ones that got the most is the ones that we getting rid of first. It's like, really? Because it's like it just boggles my mind. Like the homie Bird said, there's no way you're putting on that, like literally right after Evil Boo was reissued. You gonna put Evil Boo right back on that list after, literally right after it was just reissued, along with several other ones. Like that just made no sense to me. Like he said, like yo, do ones that don't make any sense. Like great example, what they did for the cons, the reissue of Raditz and Majin Vegeta and who else was it? Who else was it?
Saiyan 2 Gohan.
There you go, Super Saiyan 2 Gohan is like, yo, the 2-pack, like holy crap, like yo, and for a decent price too. That's something that's what they should be doing. That was dope. Like when was the last time Raditz got a reissue? Bruh.
Never.
Bruh. You know what I mean? So it was like, yo, that made sense. Stuff like that, that's what they need to do. Not like, okay, I'm gonna put out what literally just dropped a couple months ago. Like I'm right now. Who having a hard time finding Super Saiyan for anything? You can go on Amazon anywhere right now and get any one of those for retail price. Why that's getting a reissue? Like, yes, we know there's a method to their madness. Because we know this, we track it, we follow this stuff all the time. We tell you guys about it, we tell you guys to track it so you can track it yourselves and be on game. Cool. Like yes, so like we pick up the breadcrumbs, you know, that they're laying down, the foundation for whatever's to come later on in the future, right? But at the same time, it's just one of those things where it's like, you know, again, I look at it as, yo, that just took up a spot for something else that could have been way better than that. Way more, something that was way more wanted vices. Okay, we're gonna reissue this. Again, like I said, I really feel like they go in the warehouse like, oh snap, we got a whole pallet of these left. That's what I really think happens. That's just me personally, because I'm not going to front. In my profession, I'm going to let you know this right now. We do that. we do that. Like, oh, snap, we got this? Yeah, oh, well, somebody's asking for it. We'll get rid of this first. And that's literally what happens. So I'm just letting y'all know, don't be surprised, you know, seeing that happen how it does. Because they can overshoot sometimes, you know, thinking like they'll sit there and do the numbers and crunch the numbers and like, oh, okay, we're expecting to sell this many, and they don't sell that many, and now they just got a bunch of them just sitting in the warehouse collecting dust. They got to get rid of them somehow, and this is the way to get rid of them, you know? So it's like, that's literally how they go about doing a lot of that stuff, you know? So if you didn't know, now you know. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Okay, Biggie. So, wait, is that Biggie? Oh, no, I fucked up. Oh, damn it, I'm not supposed... Anyways, with the survey, right? I agree with everything that they said. That survey was like, in the words of Anthony Customs, it was a bag of butts. Like everything that was on that survey, I was like, "What are you doing? Why is Hit not on the survey? When could they possibly ever think? Let's think about this, guys. Like in the audience, when would they ever release Hit again? Think about it. I'm not saying that they won't, but how far into the future would that be? Re-releasing a Hit figure.
20 years.
Bruh. So, like, stuff like that, that's really hard to come by. Like, even I would have taken Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta being reissued on that list. Right? Now, Saiyan Saga Vegeta, I actually think that was a pretty good choice. Because the last time that actually got dropped was eons ago. And... Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I get you.
Okay, so like that Saiyan Saga Vegeta, yeah, that was a dope choice and everything, but that was one out of like how many Super Saiyan God Vegeta? I was just kind of at that point, I was over it, specifically because at this point we got so much third-party support for Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, whether it's the Deep Blue Vegeta and the tonsen head sculpts. Now, to be fair, the tonsen head sculpt is Blue Evolution Vegeta. To be fair.
I mean, he did also give us, you know, Saiyan Saga hair sculpts too. So
true.
To be fair,
true. But it was just like whatever. I guess it's good for the people that didn't get it. This is a much worse release than This is a much worse release than the Mastered Ultra Instinct head sculpt, in my opinion. I mean, figure, not head sculpt.
I would be
But
inclined to agree, just because I think that it would be better suited if we could just get like a whole. We could finally move into the 3.0 Armor Vegeta space. It's already tech. They already have the tech. They've got Turles, Raditz, and DBS Broly that they've all been utilizing and upgrading over time. Like, don't let Beast Deities beat you to the punch. Don't let a third party beat you to the punch. You're putting out a 3.0 freaking Vegeta. They already beat you technically to a base Goku, but you know. All right, we can move on from.
Before we go,
Oh,
can I? You said that. Can I?
oh yeah,
Can I have gone a rant real quick, please?
Go ahead.
Yo, man, look. Like man said, yo, you got all these figures that you've been working on with, new battle armor, all this and that. Look, man, it's time. And you see, this is what I'm talking about. This is why we critique Tamashii Nation so much. Look, I don't understand it. It is baffling to me. This new Vegeta that's coming out. This new Vegeta, right? The 24,000 power level Namekian version of Vegeta. Bruh, why are we doing the shoulder still like? Why are we still doing it like that? What are we doing? This is what I mean. Like you said, yo, they've been doing all this stuff with all these other figures with the battle armor. Yo, it's already been proven. They've already released 2 figures that literally shows you how they should be doing the shoulders. And who are they? Second and third form Frieza. That's how the Saiyan shoulder armor should be. In my opinion. It's perfect. You don't have to worry about it popping out so much. Just coming out of that ball socket or the socket breaking when you trying to put it back in or anything like that. Like, yo, it works. Like, cool.
Yep.
You still could rotate the arms around 360, get them up, T-pose. It was perfect. I'm like, yo, why aren't they doing the Saiyan armor like that? It only makes sense. I don't, again, this is what we talk about when we say, like, yo, we critique them because they just have ridiculous missteps that make absolutely no sense. That's it. I'm off my soapbox.
All right. Those were all very, very good points. But it's time to get out of this Vegeta talk. Let's get into talking about the best human, the world's strongest human. It's not Krillin. All right, it's Yamcha. Yamcha is the strongest human on Earth, and he deserves a lot more love these days. All right. Now, again, he does have the worldwide same time delivery. So in March of this year, he will be releasing first in the States, not Japan, or they might release at the same time. They haven't quite gotten it down to where they're releasing literally at the same time, but just know you'll get it first. This guy right here, I think is interesting. A lot of people have been waiting for this Yamcha for quite a long time. Not to mention, he is still on a 2.0 body, and I mean, it's in a similar fashion to demoniacal fit. They've had this in the bag for a few years. They might as well just release it as is with some minor upgrades. But yeah, I mean, he's not coming with too much. I think he only comes with like very minimal accessories for his price, which was like what I want to say he only came with like what 3 faceplates and like two or three sets of hands, and that's it, nothing else.
Yep.
And it's quite surprising that they would do that for the price he is, because a lot of people were paying high prices just for the Saiyan Saga Yamcha, and I know that one comes with the Cybermen, but still, people are paying like in the 150s for that Saiyan Saga Yamcha, and this is the only Yamcha that's going to be on the market for a little bit, and it's premium Bandai. Which, why?
Yeah.
Why did you make this premium Bandai? Like, this is a essential character to all of Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball. A lot of people freaking love Yamcha. All right, there's no way that this guy wouldn't sell on shelves. And for the accessories you're giving him, you might as well just put him on shelves. There's nothing exclusive about him. I didn't really see the point there why they did that, but yeah, he is releasing in March, and that's about it. I think the Jiro accessory complements him more with the arm being stabbed through him, and really that's it. Besides that, he's just kind of a stand-in, if you want to have him, I guess. I don't know. How do you guys feel about this one of the most talented Earthlings, Yamcha?
Okay, couple things. going off on a tangent more on the anime side of things, Yamcha is smart for becoming a professional baseball player. He's about to be the best baseball player in history. Second, with this figure, I almost forgot this thing was even dropping. Now, what do I have to say about this Yamcha figure? I ain't gonna lie. What would have sold this figure more to me is if it was on a more updated mold. I can't front.
Yeah.
If it was on a more updated mold, I'd be like, oh, hell yeah. Yamcha? I don't even like Yamcha like that. But yeah, I'll get it. Because it's a different character. Next thing I'll say is that spiky flat top Yamcha has never been my favorite design for Yamcha. Spiky flat top never did it for me. I like the mullet. I like that look for Yamcha. That's why I'm happy he grew it back. Or at least do the future Gohan looking Yamcha from Buu Saga. But
with the whole cut.
Yeah. This is a fine enough release because it's a release that was needed. It's a re-release that was needed, and it fits onto the theme of, okay, we in the Android era of figures, and all right, cool, fine, it works. It's just a release that works. The definition of this is the definition of bare minimum for a release for Tamashii.
Shoot.
You know? I think this is the definition of a bare minimum release for Tamashii. Making it premium Bandai, trash. Definitely should have been a general release, but I guess people will look at it as how many people really looking out for Yamcha as a character, as a figure, so why would they make it a general release? Well, and make it a limited general release. Do something. Don't make it no premium Bandai exclusive.
But those are the same people who would say that, and then like 5 months later, oh, where can I get Yamcha? I kind of want him now. Meanwhile, he's like $200 now in the aftermarket. Like, yeah, he was expensive. He was expensive. Yeah, he was expensive on release for like what, $65. But you would have saved yourself all the trouble if you would have just got him then. You know. And there's places you can just do warehouse and not pay for it for a while. And I mean, that's probably the better option if you're like 50-50 on it. But I think if you were interested in Yamcha, your chances of getting another Yamcha are slim to none for a while until they go back to the Saiyan Saga or decide to do Bandit Yamcha. And even then...
Oh, wait.
Oh, go ahead.
Ooh. I'll disagree a little bit first.
Okay.
If they want to do Yamcha with his outfit from All the Gods, you know, when they all on a cruise ship, and I mean the Dragon Ball Super anime version, not the movie version. If they want to do Yamcha in that outfit specifically, or a Buu Saga Yamcha where he's more in casual clothing, it could work. If they want to do Otherworld Yamcha from Buu Saga, that could work.
Okay. Yeah, they definitely could.
If.
I mean, yeah, you're right, but still at the same time, like you said, though, it's still gonna be a hot minute. It's still gonna be a hot minute before you get another Yamcha release. It's like that's way down the line. Like that ain't happening no time soon. Not from official release.
And this is where demoniacal F.I.T could step in and release that Bandit Yamcha that they had a render for last year. But you know, hey,
big fact. Yeah. The beginning of last year. Oh my god.
It's been actually one whole year. That's crazy. It's been one whole year.
Yes.
Wow.
1 whole year. Yes.
Oh man, DF. We need to have a talk. But
oh,
what words do you got for Yamcha side before we head on into the next release?
I mean, it goes back to what we've hearkened on before. You said it. You hit the nail on the head. There's nothing about this figure about this release that's premium. There's nothing about this figure that's premium at all. You come with the bare basic bones, of any standard release. Like let's be real. Looking at this release, right, and comparing it to the reissue of Trunks and Vegeta, what's really different as far as contents? What's really different? But you're telling me both of these figures, all three of these figures that are on the 2.0 mold, for some odd reason, one is worth $65 and should be a premium Bandai release, versus two way more main important characters that, okay, we gave them a new paint deco, and all three of them come with pretty much the same amount of stuff. Really? This is what I'm talking about. This is what I mean when I say, this is why we critique them so much. Decisions like this is like, who made this decision? Like, Like, you can look at it as and be like, oh, like the Jet said, oh, it's Yamcha. Nobody really care about Yamcha. It's not a big deal. Yeah, you say that now until you see Perfect Form Cell sometime in 2025 or at the end of this year, and you're like, oh man, I want the whole squad to be posed up like how it was in the anime. Oh, Yamcha looking real good now, isn't it? So it's like, yo, that should have been a general release. It's Yamcha. Like, I'm just being real. It's Yamcha. Like, he didn't come with like Sokidan. He didn't come with any of his effect parts. No, it's just literally the same kind of figure you would get. That's a $34-$35 release. There's nothing else prominent about him that makes this a premium figure. And again, like Bob said, if this was on a 3.0 mode, absolutely. I'd be like, yep, y'all got it. I'm not complaining about nothing. For sure. I probably would have been like, yep, I'm going to get like 2, 3 because I can use these to customize something else, and I'm good to go. Because that would have been the easy, oh, hey, look, I can use this 3.0 mode to make Goku versus Raditz. Yes, absolutely. Being there like swimwear. But no. It's just... it should have been way better. It should have been way better.
And I guess additionally, for this month, and not for this month, for March, we got to talk about those reissues for Piccolo, Proud Namekian, and then Trunks' Boy from the Future. The Boy from the Future Trunks one, I'm a little 50-50. I'm curious to see if they have taken any strides to minimize the issues people had with the initial release last year. What do you guys think?
I mean, they typically do. They did that with the Super Saiyan 4 Goku reissue. Remember how the first one released and the foot and all that was mad loose? It was crazy loose.
Yeah.
The little issue they had with that, the reissue, it fixed those. It didn't have that issue at all. So that's typically what they do with the reissues for stuff like that. So hopefully when this one drops, you won't have the arm popping off like how the first release was. You won't have issues with the sheath, like it actually like completely glued together, no issues there. So I mean, I'm hoping, they fix those things, because it's like, again, that was a highly anticipated figure that everybody was looking forward to, and it just, bruh, like it let so many people down. Me especially, I know that for a fact.
Okay, so I guess I'll talk about Piccolo and Trunks in conjunction with each other, because I don't have a whole lot to say. Piccolo reissue, is this the Piccolo Raised on Earth Piccolo? I'm just calling it that. I know that's not the actual name.
But yeah, it is.
Okay, it's the Raised on Earth Piccolo.
Yeah.
That's a good release. That's not my Piccolo in terms of art style. My Piccolo in terms of art style is more of a when he fought Android 17.
From the
manga, yes.
With the 4 fingers. Yes, sir.
Yeah, my man Piccolo on the manga got 4 fingers, Cell, first form Cell, and then got 3 fingers. Now, Trunks Boy from the Future, I fully expect this to be the Trunks that people want to drop on release. I fully expect this to be the Trunks that people wanted to drop on release. It'll probably fix most, if not all, the QC issues, and that was mainly the biggest issue, the QC issues. Other than that, there was a couple of design issues where people talked about it, but I feel like people referenced that more specifically because of the QC. If the QC was on point, I feel like people wouldn't have talked about that as much. If the QC is fixed, then this is gonna be what we wanted it to be. The look of the figure is on point. The articulation, for the most part, is on point. It's just that the QC was butt, know? Now, I have heard cases where people had perfect QC. And I haven't dropped the review on my channel yet, but QC in mine has... I didn't get all the issues that people got, but I got, different QC issues. But I'll pass it off to whoever wants to go next.
I mean, just to piggyback off that last thing is... With the Trunks, it was major. That QC, it was like those who didn't have any QC issues, they found some unicorns. Legit, they got some unicorns, because y'all know me, I buy multiples of these figures, for customization purposes. I bought like 8 Trunks figures, like 8. Like I'm not even exaggerating, and like all of them had the same issue. All of them. It was just like, bruh, how I get 8 figures all literally like. I'm like, did I just buy the whole batch? Like what are we doing? Like, like, so I mean that like if it was 1 or 2 here, you know, and it's like, oh, I got 3, you know, out of the 8 that didn't have it. I'm like, all right, cool, I get it. Some here, some there, but like all 8 have the same issue. Yeah, like that's a huge thing. That's a renowned just all over the place with QC issues for that one. That's just all of them for the most part. Like you get 1 or 2 here and there, and those are the unicorns that get by. I don't know how, but yeah, that's all I'm saying. They gotta fix that. Sure.
Definitely. With that, I think we can move into potentially what is the final release of March, at least Dragon Ball wise. So we got these Tonsen art toys. We got Kid Buu and we got the Buu Tanks kit. Now, these are not dedicated to March because they can, you know, Tonsen's release tends to change sometimes, but he put it out for March. Everybody's saying March so far, and by the looks of it, if you've seen Black Hole Toys Instagram and Tonsen's and, you know, just general in-hand pictures so far, it's looking pretty close to done. And he's even Tonsen put up another picture just the other day that had shown, you know, a tease for his trunks alongside what looks to be potential finished prototypes of the Kid Buus with their accessories. So, you know, things are in motion, and these things are actually still available to pre-order. So, you know, take your time. As long as they're there, you can take your time. But once they're gone, I mean, I don't know how often he'd do a rerun of actual figures, because that one seems like it'd take a lot longer to keep redoing as opposed to head sculpts. So I just put a warning there. You know, if you're interested, be very quick and decisive, you know, that first week whenever they do come out. And if you see reviews and stuff, but you know, this stuff usually sells out and doesn't come back.
Facts. Hey man, I'm going on a rant. I'm going on a rant.
Okay, I'll let you go. I'll let you get your rant on. Maybe you'll probably. Oh, you want me to go first?
I'm gonna go, dog. Hey man,
okay, go.
Look. All you cats that was shouting, Kid Buu, Kid Buu, Kid Buu. Why this thing ain't sold out yet?
Damn you, Sai.
Huh?
Damn you, Sai. You stole my thunder.
I'm sorry. Like, yo, I'm keeping it a bean. All y'all cats that was like, Kid Buu this, Kid Buu that, Kid Buu this, Kid Buu that, for years, like, even decade, even, like, yo, it's like, yo, here it is, and nobody's biting. Like, I was, like, all 3 of us were expecting that thing to be sold out, and it is still up for pre-order since it was announced. And it's like, yo, yeah, like, don't get, like, I understand. Some people, they're just like, nope, I'm only kicking it with official. I only want official releases. Cool. You got cats like, hey, Anthony Custom. He's like that. He only buys officially licensed figures. Cool. Not knocking you for that one. Nothing wrong with that, right? Completely understandable. But everybody else that's like, yo, they cool with getting third-party figures and everything like that. We know that there's a lot of you, because, you know, we see this stuff happen on 5K Toys a lot. Stuff just sell out quick, fast, in a hurry.
Yep.
And it's like, yo, again, Kid Buu is up. Like, now, I understand you could be on some, you know, well, it's Tonsen's, you know, first figure. We don't know how the QC is going to be and everything like that, you know, so we probably want to see something in hand first before I make my final call. Understandable. I get that. But then at the same time, it's like, well, first off, now we know that he's working with Black Hole Toys to make these figures. I don't know if you've been hiding under a rock, but all the Black Hole Toys releases have been phenomenal. Like, QC on point, accessories, oh my god, out the wazoo, on point, beyond on point. That's an understatement. Like, it's godly, and the price is amazing. So it's like, yo, we know now that he's working with Black Hole Toys, and Black Hole Toys, they ain't putting out no trash. And we all know his sculpt work with detail and everything, it's not trash, it's always on point. why this thing still up there? Why it ain't sold out yet? But y'all was clamoring for Kid Buu. Here you go, and still there. Not only that, he gave you two versions.
Yeah.
Two versions, anime and manga, accurate. So it's like, yo, you got two versions and looks phenomenal, and the price is chef's kiss, $65, and you getting a ton of accessories with it. This thing costs the same price as Yamcha, same price as Yamcha, and comes and feels more premium than Yamcha. Fact. And it's like, yo, it's still there. Like I don't understand it. Like what's up? What happened? Because I distinctly remember, when they was hitting that metal cooler and they showed new Namek and it was like, oh, hit. Everybody's like, oh, it's the Supreme Kaiser. They giving us Kid Buu. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. What are you talking about? That is definitely new Namek. What are you talking? Oh, it's the Supreme. Like I remember people arguing about this. Legit, and I'm like, yo, what is y'all talking about? Like, do you not know? Do you not watch Dragon Ball? Like, what? Are you sure you're a fan? And come to find out, oh, metal cooler, exactly like we said. And again, Kid Buu is right here on the table, and ain't nobody biting. I'm done. I ain't gonna say nothing else.
Hey,
I guess it's my turn.
Oh, go ahead. You good?
I guess I don't have. I stole a lot of my thunder.
I'm sorry.
I was gonna chastise y'all for saying I want a Kid Buu figure, and then when basically what looks to be the perfect Kid Buu figure is announced, like it's not sold out. Like as of this recording, I checked. I made sure to check on my phone just so I wouldn't look like a jerk, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's still in stock. If you want to go to Omni-Mate store right now, you could pre-order both versions, the one with the manga colors and the one with the anime colors.
Yep.
They're both still in stock. Just saying. But I figure what's going to happen is that people are going to watch a couple reviews of it, and then that's when it's going to sell out. That's what I think is going to happen. Yeah. And then people are gonna be clamoring for it on a secondary market. Yo, ISO. Yo,
yep. In search of. Yep.
In search of. That's what that means.
And to put more perspective on this, this went up for pre-order August 17th of last year. These went up for August 17th of last year, and it's like, bruh, like. These things are still up there. Like that's how many months is that? Like that's shocking to me.
Enough months.
Like for real. Like that is very shocking to me. It's like let me tone it down. I don't want to sound like an a-hole, right? And I do apologize for coming off that way, coming off so abrasively, right? But at the same time, it's one of those things where it's like, yo, we as a community, as a fandom, it's like, yo. We get so impatient at times for things, and then it's like, okay, when we get it, or when it's presented to us, like, we just let it fall to the wayside, and then we wait. And this goes right back into what we talked about earlier, gambling with your money, regardless, no matter what you do, whether you're paying for third party or official, you're still gambling with your money. Because let's keep it a buck here. Let's keep it all the way 100. This Kid Buu is going to set the bar for the official release. Fact. Because when the official one drops, if it's not on the same level as this in terms of accessories, articulation, aesthetic, all that, it's going to be on some like, what happened? Like, and this is going to be, years down the line. Like, this Kid Buu isn't coming from official release, like, at least until like what, 2026.
That's very generous, I think.
You know what I'm saying? Exactly. That's being generous. Like I
think 2027, 2028 is probably more realistic.
Realistically look at it, you're right. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I was just being generous with it. But it's just we're not gonna see that until then. And it's like, yo, when this finally does release, right? When it finally does drop, what is it gonna come with? Because you know what I harken back to? Pan. Look what they did with Pan. Pan is tiny. came with like
Water. She came with water.
facts, yo. And it's like, yo, it's like, bruh, because like, let's be real, right? Kid Buu, if now I'm gonna tell you right now. Then I don't know it because they might. I've I've said this before, you know, with as many lines as Tamashii Nations is picking up to do, and what I said, what almost like a year, 2 years ago now, when we discussed about how pretty much it's looking like Dragon Ball is being pushed to just the premium Bandai side of things, so other things can get some spotlight, right?
Right.
So, you know what I'm saying? And so it's like, yo, who knows if Kid Buu is going to be a premium Bandai release or a general release? We see what just happened with Full Power Frieza. Oof. Oof.
Yeah,
So,
if you would have saw the DMs being side hat, I was like, "There's no way, bro. That's like an iconic fight." And everybody who's ever watched Dragon Ball knows that like that's like one of Dragon Ball's peakest moments. Goku versus Frieza, and that finale of it with those final 5 minutes being like the longest, not the longest fight in history, but like one of the most drawn out fights for 5 minutes. And it came out to be premium Bandai. I was shook to my core.
And I told my brother, I said, bro, he's gonna be a premium Bandai release. He was like, nah. I was like, yo, he's going to be a premium Bandai release. And lo and behold, premium Bandai release. I'm like, yep, there it is. So it's like, yo, it's just, and again, like that's you're talking about a character who's the one of the longest running villains, the only villain to still be around from Z to this day.
Right.
Like,
right.
Geez, bro, like, and you're like, yo, you made him a premium Bandai release. Like, that's crazy. So now it's like, yo, going down the line years later, you can only imagine what could possibly happen with Kid Buu. And again, imagine this Kid Buu, the official Kid Buu, later on down the line, releasing with the same kind of contents of like Yamcha and or Pan. And then you look back at the tonsen figure like, bruh, that came out years ago and came with more and was cheaper. So I'm just saying, if y'all don't get on the good foot and get this now while you possibly can, we're going to see a lot of ISO later on. And it's going to be on some like, we told you so. So, yeah.
So one thing I'll say... Oh, sorry, Burst.
You good. Go ahead.
So one thing I'll say about this Kid Buu release, right? Getting off of, being chastising y'all. The fan base, when I mean y'all. I think one thing about this figure, and one thing I mentioned this to Burst and Sai, I believe. The biggest advantage that Tamashii has with this release, and this I'll try to not be too long with it, is that it's such a disparity in release time between when this figure drops and when Tamashii will eventually drop their Kid Buu, that who knows what type of, if we could number body molds, right? It could legit be like a 4.5, 5.0 body mold by the time we get to Kid Buu. Seriously, like no joke. So that's the adventures that Tamashii has, and then also, I guess one other technical advantage that they have is that, for example, I mentioned this to Sai, and I said, hey, yo, what's the odds that they just make it a general release, like Ultimate Gohan from Dragon Ball Super Superhero, and then just give it a whole bunch of DLC? Yeah. What are the odds that they do that?
Yep.
You can really see it for Kid Buu. Give him his, when he turns into his cannonball form, he wraps his body up, turn into that cannonball. That's going to be a DLC release. Release it with Super Saiyan 3 Goku that's battle damaged specifically.
Yep.
And then that'll be the battle damaged Super Saiyan 3 Goku will be a premium Bandai. And then if they want to do something with Fat Buu, include Fat, give Fat Buu a premium Bandai release, and he'll come with a Kid Buu part. Battle damage, Buu Saga Vegeta with blood on his face or whatnot. Give him a Kid Buu part, Mr. Satan. You can go crazy. Think about that. Like y'all know how Tamashii has been doing, right?
Right.
So y'all could probably see what Bomb is saying right now. Yo, he might be on to something. Don't be shocked if they do that. Now, they could also do something completely different. Tamashii has been known to throw us curveballs, such as that Gohan figure that we were mentioning earlier. They can't throw us a curveball, you know? But, no, it's no way to really know until we get closer, up close and personal with that saga. We haven't even fleshed out the Android saga like that. The Android era. I say Android era because I like to include all the movies that came out during that period in time. So, whether that's BoJack, Broly, or the Android movie. That's why I say Android era, just in case y'all were curious. But who knows how they gonna do Kid Buu? Who knows? Somebody can listen to this video. I'm not saying that we that popular and whatnot, but they can listen to this video and be like, "Hey, thanks for the idea, bombastic." Yeah, make him a general release, and yeah, he said DLC, right? How we did Ultimate Gohan? Yeah, just include him. Include all those pieces with all these other things, you know? Maybe the original Kid Buu will come with a Bibbidi. And then Fat Buu will come with a Bobby. I don't know.
Who knows?
The sky's the limit. But
I do want to just touch on your point about, you know, the molds and whatnot. For the people that are like, well, we got LSSJ Broly back then, we got Cell, why couldn't we get a Kid Buu? Let's be honest. Your Kid Buu that you would have got as a 1.0 back then would not even hold up to the Dragon Stars today. And you would be still asking for a better Kid Buu. So why not just wait for the real deal, the one that's going to hopefully exceed your expectations? And it's just, a part of it is just really learning not to focus on it every single day. Like every time Tamashii makes a post about Dragon Ball, oh, it's not Kid Buu, it's not Goten and Trunks. Like, all right, do you want those figures to be good? Because let's be honest, the small characters have been inconsistent. If you want if you want them to be good, you got to be willing to be patient, and you can't sit here and hound. And even when you get an opportunity from a third party who just might strike a goal here with this, you know, and you're still not interested, like, I'm sorry, you really are just gonna have to wait it out then. You know, at that point, you're still not even understanding that Tamashii has changed the way that they handle their releases. Yes, I know that there's a Super Buu, but look at the way that they've been structuring their releases. It's by main sagas. They've gone from Saiyan all the way now to Android to Cell, and they're closing the Namek saga out. And they're closing the Namek saga out for the most part in its entirety. Like there's only like a handful of characters left that they could really do before it's like entirely gone. You know what I mean? And then they can go back to the Saiyan saga and finish some other characters there or whatever. But we're moving into the Buu saga phase. Like, be prepared for that. We're moving there. You just gotta be patient. All right. But that's all I have to say about that before we move into the next month's releases.
Wait, Wu-Tang's kit.
I was just gonna say that. I was gonna say overall, just so we can move on. Wu-Tang's looks amazing. You should get it. Just let you know, it's a kit. You gotta have Evil Buu to put all the stuff on him, swap parts out, and everything else, and you have Wu-Tang's. It looks amazing. It looks phenomenal. Yep. Highly encourage y'all to get that. I already got my extra Evil Buu upstairs waiting for this kit to drop. So like for sure, like it's on Anime Store. You know, it's also on AliExpress. So like, yo, if you interested, by all means, go ahead and jump on it. Highly suggest you do.
Yep.
Yeah, the Wu-Tang's kit, fantastic. I'm curious. One thing I'm curious about the Wu-Tang's kit, I hope the skin tones match close enough at least. You know? I know that's good. That can be a very difficult task. So I'm never super hard on them for that. But yeah, hopefully the skin tones match close enough. Besides that, head sculpts look phenomenal. They look like the best anime scenes, like the best drawn anime scenes from when he was fighting Ultimate Gohan.
Big facts.
All right. With that, I think we can move into the April releases that we've got coming up. So first things first, we've got Mecha Frieza to talk about. And again, he's worldwide same time delivery, same thing. He'll release in the States first or at the same time as Japan. And if you didn't get your pre-order in right now, you are having to probably go to external markets like Hobby Genki, Big Bad Toy Store, etc. Although I don't recommend Big Bad Toy Store for premium Bandai stuff just because it's a little bit, more on the pricey side. But
Facts.
I will say Mecha Frieza is one that when I first looked at it, I was kind of mad because I thought that they literally just used the current Frieza, fourth form Frieza that they have and used that body again and just said to hell with it. But I mean, this one has upgrades to it. You can see in the legs, it has the newer traditional type of leg articulation as opposed to it being just a regular ball peg. And the arms have a little bit of a better butterfly joint, but Sai will go into that a little bit more about why they're not that good. And I mean, overall, I mean, he does come with some really cool stuff, like another, I think, whole torso piece that he can attach that gives that sliced effect for Trunks. And on top of that, I mean, the head sculpts, because he doesn't have face plates, the head sculpts look really, really nice and detailed. Obviously, they went with more of a what would I call this? Metal shine. I don't know what to call it. But not like cooler, obviously, where it's really super freaking reflective. But yeah, they also is a little bit of a. I'm not sure if they're giving you a stand or not. I think they are.
Yeah, it comes with a stand for the sliced in half body.
Yeah, because I just noticed that there was. Oh, go ahead.
I think you only get a stand if you're shot with an arrow.
Touche.
Oh man. But yeah, so how do you guys feel about? Oh, go ahead.
No, it was a JoJo reference. That's all.
Y'all these JoJo references, bro.
Okay, so in terms of how I feel about Mecha Frieza, so one thing I realized with this action figure line in general is that I think this action figure line made me realize how much I like the Frieza clan or race. Some of my favorite releases have been either a Frieza, even if I don't have it in hand yet, some type of Frieza figure, whether it's Cooler or Frieza himself. I've been fiending for a good final form Frieza, and let alone, spoilers, a black Frieza, So, I've been, like, I'm excited for Mecha Frieza, Because I loved how, like, imagine getting a mechanical upgrade coming back and like, yo, I'm about to get my kit back. And getting smoked badly.
You and your dad.
And I didn't say, yo, I'm going to smoke your pops, too.
Oh, man.
Hey, yo, all I can think about is Kevin Hart. Hey, Kevin, he just hit me twice. Like, straight up.
So I'm very excited for this release. I think one of the best things they did for this release is to have the slice in half effect, right? The only thing I could ask for, and this is for those that don't know, I love Beerus. He's my favorite new era Dragon Ball character. He might be my favorite Dragon Ball character in general, but I had to think about that. That supernova effect, right? I hope that one day we're able to get that, but we all know that supernova effect is humongous. I don't know how they would go about giving that to us. That's a lot of plastic.
I think it's possible in the form of a kit that you can build. Like,
yes,
they would have
would
to, like, you connect the pieces together to create a ball, or orb, or whatever, and then add extra effects to give it that, supernova effect to it. But it's definitely possible. I just don't know if they feel like the Goku kit that they released did very well, because it did have some bad reception to it because of the type of material that they use for the pegs breaking off very easily. But that's more of an issue. Oh, go ahead.
Funny enough, I only see those Goku effects and these toy photography pictures, so maybe that's just me because I'm closer to the ground, in terms of tamashii, they might be looking at numbers. Right. Numbers talk more than, hey, I'm seeing a bunch of these pictures on Instagram. On Instagram, I see nothing but those whoosh effect punch.
Exactly.
Whoosh punch effects on Instagram when it comes to people posing their action figures. So
and they use it for Dragon Ball. Exactly. They use it for more than just Dragon Ball. I've seen it for Marvel stuff, just random figures like not even SHF related. But so that tells you like people liked what they did there. It's just maybe not use that thin plastic that easily snaps on the first go. But most people just end up using blue tack anyway, so it kind of solves the problem a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, it's more so as again, like we talk about, just their weird choices when it comes to engineering for certain aspects. Something like that, they shouldn't have went with, the whole ring thing. Like it would have been better like with a. I mean, I get it. You like going with a clip can break, wear and tear, but then at the same time, you're like, yo, you going with this very, very hard plastic, this is going to snap, which happened several cases. So it's like, yo, it's a hit or miss thing, but it's just one of those things where, you got to kind of buckle down and like do your research and see what's way more feasible that'll hold water down the line. Like, all right, cool. They're gonna get some wear and tear out of this before it breaks. Cool. At least it'll take this time frame or this many times before something snaps off. And that's why I feel like they failed to do their due diligence with. But Mecha Frieza, I was hyped when I first saw it. Of course, I'm still hyped to get it. It's just the fact that they make it a Mecha Frieza, right? Still hyped to get it. But it's just like my like my fam alluded to earlier. Yeah, this figure is like a 2.8, yo. This figure is like straight up 2.8. It ain't 3.0, nothing like that. My man's butterfly articulation, it ain't gonna be on no 3.0. You ain't coming across the chest like that. Like if you pay attention to the pecs, he doesn't have that cut. So that right there, you're talking about 2.0 butterfly joints, like off the rip. These gents can tell you I have been harping on getting a new Final Form Frieza for the longest, for forever. Like, even to go and try to make my own, and to no avail because the figures I thought I could use, body shape too different, and the lower and the upper halves won't connect because of that. This Mecha Frieza is like, yo, it's like it has the makings of what you pretty much would need to make a new Frieza, a new Final Form Frieza, like hands down, like the purple part on his chest, way better than what it was back in the day. That thing was just ridiculous. It made no sense. They did it exactly how I've been telling y'all. It needs to just be a part of the torso, so that way when you articulate it, you do the ab crunch going back and forth. It's in there, so you don't have to worry about it getting in the way of articulation at all. It's perfect, and that's right there. You're like, all right, cool, that works. The legs. I'll say this: the perfect legs when it comes to people that either don't wear pants or wear the spandex stuff, Vegeta, whatever. The perfect legs are two figures: Dragon Ball Super, Broly, and Metal Cooler. They just need those legs are perfect, aesthetic wise and articulation is like, yo, that's what y'all need to do. That's what they need to stick with. Like that, it looks good. It's not looking chunky at the hips. Like they work. You still got all the articulation that you want, and you don't have to worry about crazy rubbing, nothing like that. Like that's how you should do that's how they should do the legs. Like that's literally what they need to do for pretty much a new Final Form Frieza, and it would be spot on. Like this, like I said, Mega Frieza is dope. I'm hyped for it. Like it's Frieza. Like as you get older, you come to appreciate Frieza more. That's what I personally think. But like this one, like I said, it looks good. The aesthetic down packed, but it's just that articulation. You can tell, like, yo, it's not gonna be anything to write home about. Like especially like I said, with the upper torso, all that, like it's not gonna be anything to write home about at all. And then like looking at the legs, like you look at it, it's still kind of, it has that 2.0 look. It looks like pretty much they took 1.0 legs and added a little bit of 2.0 to it, because you can see like where the thigh connects to the crotch piece. You see that little the little latch that you see on the 2.0 when you go to spread the legs. You see it right there. So off of that, you're probably not getting full-on splits with this guy. So just stuff that I pay attention to over my years of collecting. So it's just one of those things where Don't count chickens before they hatch because you may be a little disappointed once you get it in hand.
Fair. You know, one thing, like, this is the last thing I'll say, and then we can move on to the next figure. We also don't even know when King Cold is coming, and ideally, you'd want them releasing at the same time together, and also that would help close out the Android saga a little bit more. But yeah, I'm not
Frieza saga.
Frieza Android early Frieza early Android saga. Yeah. I mean, there's still a lot. Yardrat Goku. I still want Badman Vegeta. You know?
Man.
But yeah, there's definitely still a lot of stuff that I would like to see just from this part of the arc, at least, or conclusion. It's hard to say because it's like the start of an arc and end to an arc at the same time. But I'd like to see them, start talking about this stuff. But it is another year. We've got San Diego Comic-Con to look forward to. We've got, but I'll put this on there too. Anime Expo. We got that Jiraiya reveal last year, so who knows? This time we could get another reveal for whatever. Who knows? But yeah, I don't know. Just very excited to see what else they will pull from here specifically, because Yardrat Goku I think would get a lot of hype. Because hopefully it would be on a new body, new articulation, not 2.0 body. And hopefully they would keep the height consistent, because the LSSJ Goku being shorter compared to the other Gokus is a little weird, but we'll move on from that and probably talk about it some other time. But to get out of the Frieza phase here, we're going to start talking about our newest Gohan, Cell Saga Gohan, which honestly, man, this one took everybody by surprise with the soft goods cape. This thing, this was unexpected, because if you got the Gamma 1 and 2, you would have gotten, the extra Gohan accessories, right? And one of them came with a cape, which doesn't have the same capabilities that the Proud Namekian Piccolo cape had for whatever reason. And it could barely stand up on its own. So kind of a little bit of false advertising in my opinion. But this being soft goods shows that they are willing to finally take a leap into what people are actually asking for. And you've seen that with other releases outside of Dragon Ball now. For example, Makima from Chainsaw Man has a wired, I think, trench coat. Like, that right there is telling me that, yes, we're about to finally get on another level. And if Mafex can do it and release soft goods with all the accessories that they do at the price that they do, Tamashii dang well can do the same thing. So that's what I got to say first on Gohan here. But what do you guys think about him?
You want to go? Or... All right, I guess I'm talking. So this Gohan, right? So I talked a lot of crap. Not a whole lot of crap. I talked some crap about this Gohan, and then they did a live stream where they articulated it, and then I had to eat my words. I even called myself a nerd, loser, and one of the thumbnails or something like that. Because I was like, my biggest skepticism, right, was that this Gohan was going to suffer from the same issues as the Beast Gohan and the Orange Piccolo, where the A.A.F.C.T articulation was going to be very basically non-existent. But then they crunched them forward on that stream, and I was like, oh, so yeah, JK, LOL. No, I didn't really mean what I was saying to Mashi. It was just that I was in the heat of the moment, and you know how you get when you're emotional. You know how it goes. So I got an egg on my face for my troubles. Is what I'm saying. This Gohan was completely out of the blue. I didn't expect this till much later on. I suspect, and this will be my last thing that I have to say about this Gohan, because we talked about it briefly earlier with all the third-party support for it. Yep. I suspect that we will get at least one more bona fide Cell Saga figure for Gohan to pose with. Whether that's Perfect Cell, whether that's a 3.0 Super Saiyan Goku, that fourth Cell. Because suspiciously, they didn't pose this Gohan with the 2.0 full power Super Saiyan Goku. I thought that was an easy, advertisement. With Goku with his hand on Gohan's shoulder. Y'all know that picture. It's a pretty iconic picture. But no, they didn't do that. that made me go, but y'all can see that as a reach, and I can understand why y'all would see it that way. Um, that really made me go. So perfect cell at the end of the year, or some type of other thing to go with this Gohan. At least one more like I said, one more bona fide Cell Saga figure to go with this Gohan. But that's all I have to say about it. I think Sai has a lot to say about this, though.
Again, completely left field. Like nobody was expecting this. Like Gent said, like this was just wow. Like, but again, this once again helps round out the fighters roster. Not this particular version, but because in fighters he has Super Saiyan 2, but fully clothed. So like the fan was just saying, like, yo, there's definitely another figure coming to come with some DLC for this dude. So expect that, like, wholeheartedly. Like if you go and look at the promo images, you can tell. I've always said this. Hey, how they pose their stuff. How they pose their stuff. It they give you hints and drop breadcrumbs of what's to come next. So you got the one with the red line in the back. Him going Super Saiyan 2. Him shooting the Kamehameha. That pose, but we know he did that. He was Super Saiyan 2. He wasn't the Super Saiyan at all. So it's like, okay, so we know Super Saiyan 2 is coming at some point. We know what it is. So it's just all right. And just something else in case people didn't pick up on this, right? And I'm about to get my gents hype right now. So if you hopefully the homies, he's definitely showing the pictures of it. If you look at the promo image of him shooting the Masenko, that's from the Broly movie. So just don't be surprised, if you see official teasers of Broly coming, because he did that in the Broly movie. That pose, that specific, him and Trunks did Masenko like that. We know he never did that when he fought Cell at all. So, there's references in those promotional images that they're letting you know, hey, this is coming soon. So that's that. My only issue with this is me personally. I have a certain style of hairstyle that I like for Gohan like this, and it's not this. Like I hate how the back looks like a block of cheese. That's just me, Like I hate that. But it's again, it goes back to artwork, like we talked about earlier, right? So but I will say this: I am hyped. I hope third party runs amok with this and do all the head sculpts we could possibly ever want, and just have at it, right? So even from official, I wholeheartedly expect there's going to be tons of DLC for this. We're going to get character releases out the wazoo with DLC for this Gohan. Don't be surprised we get Henshin Han with the white T-shirt on with something for Goku, because you got to remember all of them were there.
Yeah.
So
They're
don't be
essential.
surprised. Yes, do not be surprised if you get if we get a new Piccolo with something Gohan related, a new Goku with something Gohan related, all of them, a new Krillin with something Gohan related. Don't be surprised. All that stuff is going to come down the pipeline. Here's a real kicker, right? Don't be surprised if there's a reissue of Android 16 and it has something Gohan related. Don't be surprised if we get Android 18 in Chi-Chi's clothes with something Gohan related. Don't be surprised, because all of these characters were present for this particular bout. So it's there's a lot that's going to come down the pipeline just for Gohan by himself, and potential other releases that is going to be hype. Is going to be really, really dope. I'm really, really looking forward to it. And with the Tenshin Han one specifically, why I bring that up is you got to think, I've always talked about how they utilize modes to do certain things, right? Just think. Tenshin Han has something in common with future Gohan, and that's their style of shirt. I'm just saying. So, you can have one already with the mode and utilize it to make the other one. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
So, I'm going to just drop that little breadcrumb right there, and I'm done.
All right. Well, to move it along, we do have a few reissues that are coming up as well. If like I kind of mentioned this already, but the Bulma bike from Dragon Ball is getting a reissue, and unfortunately, pre-orders closed on most sites for it already. But on release, usually there's a little bit more leeway to get them, so do stay on it. But that will be releasing. Yeah, it's already gonna be on. Oh, I'm stumbling on my words. Holy crap! But it's releasing in April. It's already been up for pre-order, so it's not that far out. And there are a considerable amount of freaking reissues this freaking year. I don't know why, but it's a lot already. We also have, where is it at? Final Form Frieza getting reissued. Oh, good.
Isn't it the anniversary for the franchise this year?
Is it?
I think so.
So many anniversaries. Oh my gosh.
Like I think it is, if I'm correct.
Well,
that's probably why we're getting all reissues.
Well, if that's the case, then we're gonna have to get some kind of new exclusive s.h.f. for Dragon Ball. Like you just know.
I'm not going to say that because what they just did with Budokai, the new Budokai Tenkaichi. That's a whole other story in of itself. So I don't have high hopes. I'm gonna just leave that there. That's another tangent. That's another story. Go ahead to the next thing.
So that's kind of leading us into May. So yeah, we got that Final Form Frieza reissue, and this is just in the realm of Dragon Ball. Like if we were going to talk about everything, which would take considerably longer, there is a whole bunch of other reissues from different lines like Chainsaw Man, Bleach, even etc. Yep. So this is just the bare minimum that we're giving you so far. If you want to look at all those other reissues, just go on Tamashii's page and look at their schedule. It's a lot. But also bringing us into May, we do have a reissue of the Super Saiyan God Goku, which I believe they were doing more to promote the anniversary of Battle of Gods, if I recall, right?
Yes.
And Super Saiyan Blue Goku, right?
Say again?
Super Saiyan Blue Goku?
Super Saiyan God Goku. The new one, the reissue.
I thought that was in August.
Yeah, actually, yes, he's actually right. It's Super Saiyan Blue.
Oh, I'm tripping.
Yeah,
see.
Yes.
All right. My bad. I messed up. But I meant to say Super Saiyan Blue Son Goku reissue is in May. That was what I meant to say. But that also leads us into another third party bit here. So we got that Beast Deities, Super Dragon Ball Heroes, Vegeta, and the pre-order is already closed for that, unfortunately. But like we always say, there's usually an extra stock sale on 5K Toys, so you'll probably have another opportunity to get them again. But there were a total of 3 variants and an extra kit, I believe. One being, actually, let me pull it up on 5K Toys so you guys can actually see it with me here. But there was a Super Saiyan 3 variant, and then there's a variant that comes with a base head, as well as the Super Saiyan head, I believe, right? It's a Super Saiyan Windy Hair or something like that, right?
Yes.
And then there was one that comes with Super Saiyan Blue, and then base or Super Saiyan God. I can't remember, but I'm pulling it up really quick.
I got you, player. I'm with you. We have
come on, 5K Toys. Why you gotta have everything so spread out?
Yep, you have what is it? Is B001, right? Yep. They all come with what? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pairs of hands. They all come with 7 pairs of hands. B001, that's the base hair, the base head sculpt, comes with 3 faces and the mask face, and then it also comes with the Windy Super Saiyan hair, and 4 faces total. Then you got B0, and it comes with the an effect part, blast effect part. Then you got B002, which comes with the Super Saiyan head, 4 Super Saiyan faces, and it also comes with Super Saiyan 2 bang, if you want to say that. Vegeta has he got the ultimate hairline, but okay. And they also all come with the crossed arms and the Bonnie head.
Mm-hmm.
And then again, still on B002, it also comes with the Super Saiyan Blue head sculpt with 4 faces in total. And then you got B003, which comes with the Super Saiyan 3 hair, 4 faces, a purple energy effect, and the base windy hair with 4 faces in total. So yeah, this thing is pretty. They're pretty beastly.
Yeah. I can't remember if they updated these to have LED lights as well in them, or if that was just for the newer ones.
Yes, they did.
Yes, they did. These effect parts do come with LEDs in them now. B001 is yellow, B002 is green, and B003 is purple. And they all come with light up LEDs with them, free of charge. It's a free upgrade. Nobody asked for it, but everybody's like, absolutely, we'll take it.
And for those that didn't catch the reference, yellow for Final Flash, green for Final Shine, and purple for Gallic Gun.
Yep.
Bang, bang.
I will say, on top of what you mentioned about no addition to the price or anything like that, they did mention, that everything you're getting here is also at the same price that they've been charging for the other figs. So you are getting way more for your money this time around, I would say, considering they're giving you 2 heads and 6 faces. And I mean, on the B001, you're getting that masked face, which actually looks really, really good so far from what I've seen in the renders and stuff too. Very excited for these, as it will be the first 3.0 Vegeta, unless Tamashii can suddenly announce one and have it out before them. But, very much so, I'm looking forward to these, just because they are also trying to do a little bit of play-by-play with the surprised expressions, and I think that kind of got a little bit of inspiration from Tonsen for how well he did his. And
absolutely.
Yeah, they are, I don't know what it is that's going on behind the scenes with Beast Deities, but they have ramped up their production last year to a new level, being able to do reissues, re-release or new releases on top of announcing other stuff that's obviously way far in the future, but still being able to just give us what we want. And I know that people are still asking, well, can you deviate more from Goku and Vegeta? They technically are. They are taking a little bit of a venture, still doing Saiyan characters, of course, but they are trying to move into new spaces where they can express different creativity.
Man, we can't even say trying. They most definitely are. The stuff that's coming down that we're gonna get into after this. Bruh, it's a lot. And again, like I said, they are king when it comes to ambition. Their ambition knows no bounds, and I love that. I'm all for it. Again, all they have to do is buckle down on that QC. That's it, that's really it. Because look at this. All of that, realistically, we know officially this would have been a premium Bandai release.
Yeah,
that's too much content. That's it to be a general release. That's way too much content to be a general release. So it's all of that, and it's that's dope. That's what's up. It's I'm for it. And I'll again, y'all know me. I'm gonna keep it 100. Do I like how they did the legs per se? Not necessarily, because I like how Cooler legs look. Cooler legs is the perfect aesthetic for me, in my opinion. That's the perfect aesthetic for people with no baggy pants. That's just me. Realistically looking at it, right? Being fair, being objective about it. You can tell they heavily took tropes from the model kit. The new Figuarts model kit.
Oh, yeah.
Heavily took inspiration from that. Heavily, And even looking at the head sculpt, you can look at the head sculpt and tell, hey, they took the Super Saiyan 4 head sculpt and took the back mullet off, and there you go. I've done that myself, and that's literally how it looks. So, and the Wendy head sculpt, we already know where that comes from. RE Custom, they did their thing. It is what it is there, So, and even then, and if you don't have that, I'm gonna tell you right now, that is the best way to do Vegeta heads, period. The way everything is so seamless with those things, and my gents can tell you, you don't even know where it begins or ends. You're how do I take the face off? It just blends in so perfectly well, and it's in there. It's not falling off. You can pose the head however you want. That face ain't coming off. That thing is on there. it's in there, like swimwear. So it's like, yo, these are dope. Like I'm again, wish they would have kind of waited for other things to release to take inspiration from those things versus going off of the model kits. Because like I said, just like again, I don't like how the torso is, the upper chest. I don't like that look, me personally, you know. But again, like I said, they took heavily from the model kits because there wasn't really much of else to go with. I guess once they started doing this, but like now, hey, would I say delay it to go with some nuances that came out? Absolutely, I'd be for it. Like I'll be cool with it. I'm fine with that, But they got to go with what they already have in store. So like this, I'm excited for this. This is pretty dope, especially with them coming out. Oh, did you also point out the jacket for the soft goods?
I did not. Let me pull that up too. We don't have an actual in-hand picture or render of it. It's just a concept page, you could say. But it does still look pretty good so far. And I mean, I'm not too much of a fan on the actual heads itself. I just really want the jacket. And I think that is supposed to be, I want to say Omni Vegeta. I can't remember.
That is most definitely Omni Vegeta.
Star Media. Oh my gosh. What a oh my gosh. Take me back to that era. That was such a funny time. My goodness.
Man.
But yeah, they are
Go ahead, bro.
Oh yeah, they are doing this soft goods coat, and I'm very curious to see how it turns out because I don't think that we've seen any kind of soft goods material from them before. So this could also lead a way into them doing more stuff like that, and who knows, maybe trying to seamlessly blend soft goods and soft plastic together now that they're doing that as well. But yeah, definitely looking good so far and very hyped because if they go back to it with Goku too, and I'm putting it on the screen, he has a coat on as well. So I would not mind getting a base Xeno Goku with that coat in the future.
Hey, you know what? Like,
so what else?
A lot of people look at it is that whole squad. They all have coats like that.
Yep.
Like the whole Xeno squad, like at some point they all wear coats like that, and that's why I'm like, a lot of people they harp on heroes like, oh, I don't like it because of this and that, but it's like, if you really look at it, you get some of the dopest concepts from heroes. Like that's just being real. Go ahead, brother. I'm not gonna.
So one thing I'll say, and I won't be too long with it because these brothers said most of what I could say about these Xeno Vegetas. Unless you're just not a fan of heroes, I couldn't see why you wouldn't be hyped with this. This is a 3.0 Vegeta, and we will discuss another 3.0 Vegeta later on in this stream, but I don't want to be too long-winded. I want to get us through everything that actually has a confirmed release date before, start going off on those tangents. But I will say this. Xeno and Vegeta, they look great, or they look good enough at the very least. And, that kit was unexpected. The kit was the most unexpected part for me. I wasn't expecting Omni God Vegeta to be like the extra version of the figure. In fact, I actually encouraged them to do this more, where instead of maybe doing a whole extra figure, hey, you got the kit where you can upgrade it to this weird form that we've never seen this character in. Now in this case, we have seen the character in it, but it's fan-made, of course. That's what B-Series has made their niche into, fan-made and hero stuff. I couldn't be more excited for it. I think the next time that we do see like an Omni-God thing, it'll probably be Goku, most likely. Specifically, Xeno Goku. If they do a 3.0 Xeno Goku, you can pretty much expect 3.0 Xeno Goku to have that Omni God head. Now, there are some already floating on the internet. So, you could potentially use it with that. But either way, in all, cool release. I'm happy to see 3.0 Vegeta. I will say that I think Tamashi's version will be a lot better. I think that Beast Deity should have put a bit more thought into this 3.0 Vegeta. I agree with Sai. They should have used that hip style that Metal Cooler uses. So all skin type spandex wearing characters in Dragon Ball should use those cooler hips, those Metal Cooler hips, in my opinion. But
do you think that they should? Last thing before we move on, do you think that in turn with that, right, with Metal Cooler, do you think that they should add the drop down option as well? Because that was something I thought Metal Cooler was going to have, but he doesn't. Or do you think it's fine as is for what they can do?
I think with enough, if you do the engineering right, you don't need to do a drop down at all. Just make it so that the range of movement can go further up. Because the whole point of the drop down method, from what I understand, is that so you can kick up further. Right. That's the main appeal to it, right? So if they just engineer it right, that's more like on the engineering. If you engineer it right, you good money.
True.
Now, will they do that? Oh no.
I mean, if they're smart though, they'll just do it similar to how they did. I would hope for the legendary Super Saiyan Goku and the new Gohan with the soft plastic crotch area, like so he can move like his leg all the way up like that without any hindrance.
I ain't going front. I don't expect something like that until they actually do something that they feel passionate about. AKA
true.
Sun Wukong Goku, but we'll get to that
in the future. Don't you dare bring that up right now.
Okay, I won't.
All right.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
All right. So we do have another reissue again, and it is that Super Saiyan Awakening of Super Saiyan Blood Vegeta, and I thought it was pretty well in circulation still. Maybe it's sold out in other areas, but I'm still seeing people find it in Targets, Walmarts, and whatnot. So. Let that be it. But we also have the new 24,000 power level premium Bandai edition Vegeta, which I will say my first impressions were that, yes, I am 100% diehard Vegeta fan. But what is the deal with them giving this promo shot with his shoulder pads not even all the way down? Because that set me off. I was like, can his shoulder pads even go down all the way or what? Because what you're seeing on the screen now, like whose idea did they think it was acceptable? I'm not trying to like punish people who pose, but you couldn't have thought that this was like the best way to present that figure. And I get it. He's got crossed arms on, but the crossed arms technically shouldn't be a hindrance for him to have his shoulders or shoulder pads all the way down. So I don't know. And then there's that weird situation between like 3.0 and 2.0 mixed in there. Like, why not just go the full 3.0 or upgraded engineering in general for him? Just so you can finally start showing, yes, we're really working on getting an updated armor Vegeta out to you. Here you go. Here's a kind of first look at what we're doing. But I don't know. It looks good. Like it's okay. I love the faces, but I would have loved it for it to be just entirely new and not reusing 2.0 molds. What about you guys?
I was think that this Vegeta would be a full-on 3.0, like when it finally dropped it. In fact, no, let me not lie to you. To be honest, I didn't even think they was gonna make this particular Vegeta for a little bit. I thought they was just gonna skip to the old armor Vegeta. Now, when I say old armor, I mean within the context of the show. So, lore-wise, the navy blue, spandex with the non-shoulder pads, basically the look he had when he fought Frieza, right? That, within the context of the show, is old armor. I thought they were going to release that Vegeta first, and then maybe they would come back and do this, like, whatever. So, I wasn't even expecting this. I think the best aspect of this figure is that, first of all, it has the shoulder pads. Why is that a big deal? So for the people that want like at least somewhat of a Saiyan Saga Vegeta, hey, you got something very close to it. And they got one thing they did right with this is the upper torso where they made it wide because early Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball had the wider, the broad trunk, right? Now that tape that they made them more lean and more muscle bound as we got closer towards the Cell Saga, Buu Saga, and things of that nature. The art style got more angular and less round. In terms of them not doing the 3.0, at this point, and I've discussed this with the guys before, I think they're just going to save the 3.0 for Super Vegeta when he fought Second Form Cell. I think that's when we're going to get bona fide 3.0 Vegeta. Hate to say it,
Agreed.
you know, at this point. I think that's what they're saving it for. And then everything after that, every Vegeta release after that will be what we want it to be, you know? I'm excited for the release. The head sculpts look great. You know, some of those panels, the neck looks a bit long, but I think that has to do more with the expression in terms of exaggerating proportions and the manga and exaggerating emotion. I don't think that's necessarily an anatomy, like they don't know what they're doing issue. You feel me?
Right.
So, I wish it was 3.0, but what are you gonna do at this point? If anything, what they should have done with this Vegeta, technically, I think, is break that shoulder pad off. But I digress.
That actually would be nice. I mean, was it broken off when he fought Kui? Or was it after?
It wasn't. It wasn't until he fought Zarbon.
Right. Yeah.
Zarbon and Raccoon, yeah, that's when everything started to fall apart with his armor, with those two. But so again, this is one of those things where it's like, you know, setting the bar, you know, this again, $65 premium Bandai, and again, you look back at what you're getting with this, and then you look at Tonsen's Kid Buu, $65, and you already see what the difference is. Which one you're getting more bang for your buck, but I digress. With this, I like the fact that, you know, okay, hey, they jumped back and it was like, hey, this is here, but like the fam said, was not expecting this, like, at all. And same, this harkens back to what I was talking about with the shoulder armor, right? Like the homie said, like, yo, why is the shoulder armors like that? Like, who took that picture? Who thought it was a good idea to take a picture like that? Like, that makes absolutely no sense, you know? And then, again, you go and look at second and third form Frieza, you're like, why not just do the shoulder armor like that? That makes more sense than anything. Do it like that. And you won't have that issue. Like, it would be perfectly fine. So, I don't know. This is what we talk about, you know, this is what I mean when I say, you know, just their choices in certain aspects of what they do. It just doesn't make any sense. When you literally have a good answer and you don't go with the good answer, you go with the answer. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. But with this though, I don't know if you all remember this, but back in August? Yes, August of 2022.
Oh yeah.
Demoniacal Fit put some renders up, you know, epic showdown is near of Saiyan Saga Vegeta, and I'm gonna let you know right now, this would make a pretty much fitting mold just for that. So, like, in all honesty, that would has me more excited for this to see what third party does with it. That's the whole thing. It's like, okay, because I mean, if they don't do it, I'm gonna do it myself.
Right.
Take that Vegeta, literally give him the tail, right? Give him the waist armor, and you have a perfectly good looking Saiyan armor. I mean, Saiyan Saga Vegeta, because this is like, you know, again, like the homie pointed out again, this isn't 3.0. This is a cross mix mashup of 2.0 with some nuances here and there. Because with this, you know, at least the RE Customs windy hair is more than likely going to fit this body.
Right.
More than likely going to fit that neck. More than likely will. So, and then you got the crossed arms. So you can do that epic scene of, you know, him looking down on Goku on the cliffs and Goku with the windy hair. So it's like, oh yeah, I'm down for that. Like, absolutely, all day, every day. So with this, I'm more so excited, like I said, to see what third party does with it, more so than anything else. But it's a surprise welcome, absolutely. But again, like, most definitely would have just liked a full-on 3.0 Vegeta versus just this mixed mashup, you know, 2.8 of nuances here and there. Face sculpts, like Tommy said, immaculate. I love them. They look great. They look good. But it's just, yeah, we're not going to see. And this harkens back to what we talked about episodes ago, you know. There's not really much else you can do with Vegeta. There's not really much else you can do. So you really have to, because the look is so, it's the same all around. So
right.
It's like, it's sparingly how you put him out with whatever you put him out with. Because pretty much when you look at it, once they give him a 3.0 mode, there's nothing else that you're really going to do that's going to change it from that. At that point, you have to go into battle damage territory to make him stand out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like that's all they can really, really do at that point. Because like I'm gonna tell you right now, I know we all for sure would love, a battle damage Vegeta like this with this armor when from when he fought the Ginyu Force. Absolutely, all for it. That would be fire. And with that, right, with this coming out in June, don't be surprised if come around Comic-Con you start seeing those Ginyu. Remember those Ginyu Force reissues we talked about, before?
Yep.
We all talked about. Don't be surprised if you see some Ginyu Force members so happen to show up, during time of Comic-Con, because you look at what's coming out around this time frame, it only makes sense. It only makes sense because you're like, okay, before then you're getting Final Form Frieza reissue. Okay, cool. Now you're getting Vegeta, this new Vegeta in June. San Diego Comic-Con is in July. And then even then, you have more that adds to the fact that it makes sense coming out in July. So I'll let the homie segue into that.
I want to take a little bit of what you said about, the head sculpts, and we'll transition it into our July releases. So we do have Kui coming up, and I don't know how many people have noticed, but these expressions have been getting a lot more expressive. All right. They look even better than we probably have ever seen. And this is getting into the territory of us being able to get some of like the most wholesome or random expressions. Like, do you remember the Boo saga when Goku was like, let Bulma kiss Elder Kai or whatever, because they were trying to do something, and he did that big ass bobblehead face with the sharp teeth, yelling, "What do you mean?" That's the type of stuff that I would love to see.
Woman.
Yeah, I would love to see more stuff like that. And I think Kui getting these ridiculous expressions, especially when he explodes, like the exploding face took me out, because you would not expect them to give a near death face like that on a figure. And the fact that they're doing it says a lot. And I mean, for the price that he's about what? Let's translate this. This is about 7,700 yen. I think that's like 65 on 65 on Premium Bandai. That's not too bad in the grand scheme of you getting an actual figure that they made sure these sculpts represent the arc he's in and the style. You know what I mean? Like they went into that detail for him. However, 2.0 body again, he is a Frieza Force member, so he's short-lived, of course, but I would still like to see more updated bodies. I don't want to be like in the Hasbro realm where they reused molds from like 5 to 10 years ago still in 2024. Let's keep moving, because while it's probably not that bad, and I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's really just aimed at the people who like Kui or just want a well-rounded collection, and most people are going to skip it anyway. So they probably just were like, all right, let's just get them out. Just work on the faces, make them probably the best out of the whole package, and you're good to go. But still, that hard work is being recognized, and I am absolutely in favor of it. I will say, though, it would be funny if they put Raspberry as a figure. And the only reason I say that is because he has a part to play in the Moro saga. So technically, they would be unofficially, yet officially tapping into manga content, if you will, as a joke. But yeah, we have him. And then we have 2 reissues this month as well. That month for July, which is Saiyan Raised on Earth Goku, which don't know if that's going to be the version that has them even more spaced out eyes, or the full power Son Goku, which ideally, if you did buy Dr. Gero, you probably want that if you don't have a full power Super Saiyan Goku, just because that comes with the heart virus face, which I have heard people saying is not the right skin tone. So we have another skin tone issue. But yeah, what do you guys think about Kui?
I always love kiwis. They taste very good. I stayed away from it because it was brown and hairy, and on the inside of the screen. I always thought that it was a weird fruit. But as far as the character, I'm very happy with this release because it's something different. This besides it being all right, it's a different character. It's not a Saiyan. He's a weird, funny looking person in the face, ugly model lover. But all the expressions are done perfectly. I couldn't ask for more. It being on a 2.0 mode, it bothers me, but not too much. But it's like I see what's going on here. You know, put them on a 2.0 mode because it's kind of like, all right, it's a new figure, but at the same time, it's a character that we don't expect the fan base to really care about like that. Like, you know, this is not box office. This isn't a Broly. You know, so we could get away with all right, excellent head sculpts, 2.0 mode. All right, it'll move well enough. You know, and this will be the best Qui figure for years to come. You know, it's not like people are clamoring for the best ever Qui figure. This will be the best Qui figure for 20 years, probably, for all we know. And that's not an exaggeration. Seriously.
Yeah.
I don't have a whole lot to say about it. I'm happy. It's different.
Right.
This is something that, you know, people were like, "Oh, who asked for this?" But why wouldn't they drop it?
Yes.
Let's consider this. I'm going to put this to rest right now. Let's look at the surveys, guys. If y'all ever watch my videos and y'all see me talk about surveys, check out the surveys, especially when they're Dragon Ball specific.
Exactly. Yep.
Why do I say this? Because the last survey that was Dragon Ball specific, they had all types of stuff that you would never expect. Batman Vegeta. Batman Vegeta, he appeared in how many episodes? Vegeta, if you don't know who I'm talking about, and you're like a casual Dragon Ball fan, you don't really quite remember. There's Vegeta when he had the pink button up and it said Batman on the back of the shirt and he had the yellow slacks on. Who would have ever thought that Tamashii would look at that and be like, hey, you know, we have this in mind to make a figure of. And we're going to go more extreme, right? On that same survey, they said driver's clothes, driving episode where Goku and Piccolo got driver's licenses. They said, let's make figures of those, both of them, with their casual clothes on. What? Nothing is off the table in terms of Dragon Ball Tamashii. Remember that. If you don't remember anything from this podcast, remember that nothing is off the table. They will do. If it appeared in the episode, it's very possible that it could get a thing. Don't be surprised if you see Goten and his not his gi, but the other clothing he be wearing that you see in the intro.
Blue and light purple, like yeah.
Don't put anything past Tamashii in terms of Dragon Ball figures being made. That's all I want to say. Pass it on.
Yeah, I'm loving like the fam said. I'm not even upset that this is on a 2.0 mode because again, it's just the fact that like the fam said, it's something different. It's someone different. I'm cool. Like it gets a pass because it's someone different. It's like, yo, nobody expected this. Nobody saw this coming. Everybody was like, okay, we're still even now. We're like, okay, where's Nail? Where's Monsters? Where's Transform Zarbon? Where's old battle armor Vegeta? You know, hey, possibly Static Guru. Like who knows? You know. So just being real, but it's like Qui. Who thought Qui was? Nobody in their right mind would ever have guessed that this would be made. This character in and of itself will be made. It's like that opens Pandora's box. There's so many more, there's so many more characters because of him that can possibly be made now. It's like, yo, that's fine. And he was all in one episode? Still had one episode, yo.
Bro got hit with that dirty fireworks and never came back.
That's it. That was it. But it's like, yo, that's dope. Like now, stuff like this, it makes sense that it's a premium Bandai figure because, like the fam said, like okay, you got something that'll be like okay, nobody really cares, you know, no, I don't really care, I'm not interested in him like that. All right, cool, premium Bandai it is. Then we're not gonna make a ton of them to have them on the shelves in stores, and they're not going nowhere, right? This, all right, cool, make it the order, all right, cool. This how many people ordered it, get it out there. That's dope. Like characters like this is where you know, okay, something being premium Bandai makes more sense. Like this is dope, and you know, and it comes with the extra faceplate and extra hand for the 24,000 power level Vegeta that comes out in June. That comes out the month prior to this. It comes with those parts for that one. So it's like, yo, that's pretty dope, man. Like this is like a welcome surprise. Like I'm happy that this is dropping. And then like the fam said again, like the homie said, like, yo, that his explosion face, dog. That is insane. That is immaculate. Like, and what I'm seeing now, which, you know, of course, you know, gents, they see it too, just like I have. They're tapping more into that because you see more third party doing it now. You
Right.
see more third party have been doing that, and they're like, "Oh snap!" They say like I'm gonna be upfront with y'all, like, and we can say this: third party Tamashii nations can shut them down anytime they want, right? But they don't because 9 times out of 10, like we said before, third party uses their modes. So it's like, okay, they're dropping head sculpts. All right, you still got to buy the official to use that body to put that head sculpt on, you know, stuff like that. Or they're taking from the official, buying it, okay, and retweaking and remolding it and putting it out. All right, whatever. But it's like, this is where, you know, we are all, you know, our whole little conspiracy theory was like, yo, you know, Tamashii Nation, they in bed with third party. Because it's like, there's no way they don't see this stuff happening, right? And at the same time, it's like, they're taking ideas from what third party is on. Like we talked about earlier with the Gohan, right? They weren't the first ones to do that fabric cape, that wired cape for Gohan. We saw that third party come through with that first, and then all of a sudden, oh hey, he has fabric wired cape. We was like, hey man, like hold on, dog, wait a minute, wait a minute, like that was like all right. And then now you start to look at all of these faces that they're doing. We already saw third party doing this. Hint, hint, Tonsen.
Yep.
Ever since Tonsen got on that train, everybody and their mama jumped on that train. And they're doing it a lot more. And it's like, yo, you see pretty much third party is, well, I would say the influence third party is having on official releases when it comes to a lot of certain things. And it's like, that's dope. I'm for it. And it's like, it's helping Tamashii come out of their shell and be a bit more daring, you know, like they're like Kong, Beast Deities, they're ambitious. Third party is more daring. Tamashii Nations is safe, and they're being more daring, seeing what third party is pretty much hitting the ground running with, and it's lovely. Like I love the competition that's being bred with this. It's amazing. I'm highly looking forward to this figure. I can't wait.
Indeed. I guess we can start moving it along into the next release here, which I technically kind of spoiled it ahead, but it is the now Super Saiyan God Goku from Battle of Gods, which, interestingly enough, in August of 2024 this year. I don't, you know, this is off topic just a little bit, but I don't know how much different the movie is that came out, because there was supposed to be some deleted scene or something in there, but I didn't hear any like major changes about the overall movie. So I think it was just more of a enjoy it again in the theaters experience, as opposed to enjoy all these deleted scenes, right?
So I could tell you probably what that deleted scene was, because I remember when they announced the deleted scenes for the DVD.
Is it anything like crazy, or is it just kind of like a
nothing crazy? So it was basically, if I remember correctly, and y'all could correct me if I'm wrong, it was something along the lines of Goku talking to King Kai and saying, "Yo, even if me and Vegeta had fused, we wouldn't have beat Beerus." It was something along those lines. That's one of the deleted scenes. Y'all could correct me if I'm wrong, but I vaguely remember that being a deleted scene for the DVD, and I'm assuming they put that into the movie. Okay. So basically, if you're a power level guy or person, he's saying basically at that point in the story, if we turn into Vegeta, I still don't think we would have beat Lord Beerus. So take that as you will.
What about?
I'm a Beerus fan, so I eat it up.
Could you imagine though? Listen, this is off topic, but Goku and Vegeta somehow, let's just say they just figure it out in the movie, right? They figure it out. They go Super Saiyan God Vegito though. What then? What happens then? Is it a fair fight or is it still a major loss?
It's still a major loss because look, they still saying that they still using Beerus as a hype in the manga. Oh, Black Frieza might approach the power he's getting close to the power of a god of destruction, referencing Beerus. So even current times, Beerus is still one of the top dogs, and let alone somebody like Whis.
Man, I'm gonna need to see Beerus get Frieza to pack it up because that fight, if it ever happens in the manga, I think they're gonna set Beerus up to fail. But I want to see it go down the right way, which is Frieza getting his ass knocked out.
Me personally, the right way is finally giving Vegeta the win over Frieza. That's the right way.
Man, they didn't play and toy with my emotions since freaking Resurrection of F. Like, how are you gonna do that to the man and have Goku come back, get time rewound by 5 minutes, and say, "All right, I'm taking your kill, man," instead of just telling you, "Hurry up."
Yep.
So one thing I'll say about the right way to have Beerus be defeated, in my opinion, I'd do a whole arc dedicated to it. It wouldn't be Black Frieza. It would be like the former God of Destruction arc. The former God of Destruction is salty for whatever reason, and he defeats Beerus, and now the characters have to fight that character. That's how I would personally do it now. And that's only because I want to make it more believable that, all right, not just another random mortal in Universe 7 just so happens to be as strong as Goku and Vegeta. I want it to be convincing. Okay, former God of Destruction. All right. That's believable. That's all I have to say about that. Man. But that's only because I'm biased towards Beerus. I want everybody to know that. I am anticipating a new Beerus figure. I want all the gods of destruction. I love Liquor. He's a fox god of destruction, if you don't know. I want a figure. I want an excellent figure of that character because he looks cool to me. He looks really cool to me. Same thing with Beerus Champa. I really want a good Champa figure, but
crazy that they have a prototype of that too. They had a prototype of Champa and Vados, and we just never got an update on that. And I assume once we get closer to like, all right, we're all the way into the Buu Saga, Android Saga, Cell Saga's closed out, that they might dip back into Dragon Ball Super as a main line again. And right now they're just like, there's just so much to do with all of that they've decided to just limit it so much. But yeah, that's how I potentially see it being right now. But this Super Saiyan God Goku is a budget release, and the main difference obviously is the colors and the hair being more of a it's not matte, but it's like a shiny what's the word I want to use here? What would you describe this hair as?
Semi-satin?
Something like that, because it's not like it's shiny, but it's not like see-through or clear or anything like that. But it has a brighter red, which I really like. And then they have.
In terms
oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish what you're saying. Burst.
I was gonna say.
Pearlescent look.
I was gonna say that the whatchamacallit, all of the faceplates though have looking to the side eyes, which I think is cool, but at the same time, that's one of those things where it's like, all right, if you're gonna do that, you got to give us some like regular looking expressions too, because most people who do have a Super Saiyan God Goku are not gonna have that problem of, you know, wanting their character to look straight or whatever, because everybody's got their little nitpicks and whatnot. But people that are getting this Goku for the first time because they didn't get the EE or the original release, they're probably going to be like, why doesn't he have any looking forward faces? Similar to the new Kaioken Goku, 180,000 power level that came out in Walmart right now that is still hard to pretty much find. But don't pay overprice. Don't overpay for that Goku, because it's just, there's no point. I'm just saying it right now. But yeah, that's about what I have to say about the Super Saiyan God Goku. Anything else from you guys?
For me, if you didn't get it, there's a chance to get it. That's all I really have to say about it. There's really not much else to say to that. It's just
Right.
nice reissue for those who didn't get them. If you couldn't get them, like there you go.
Well, that takes us, I think, into September here, which is the
There.
most
There you go.
updated part of the schedule we have so far, which would be Full Power Frieza. And we touched upon him a little bit earlier in the podcast, but him being Premium Bandai, just again, I just couldn't see it. It just didn't make sense to me because he's this form in particular.
Yeah.
It just, even though he doesn't use this form anymore, and that's probably like their justification, it's a one-time use. He uses it here and then one time in DBS just to kind of trick Frost into essentially leaving himself open, and that was it. But
Yep.
I don't know. This definitely deserved to be put on a wider market for people to have it and just be able to go find it wherever they can. But it being Premium Bandai, I mean, maybe that allowed for them to do a little bit more with it than they usually would for a general release. Who knows? But at the same time, it also has, yes, again, worldwide same time delivery. So if you want it early, Premium Bandai is your way to go if you have access to it. Otherwise, utilize Hobby Genki, or if you want to, again, Big Bad Toy Store, but not recommended for Premium Bandai stuff. There are other sites, of course, which we try to all, put news out of there, which sites to go buy from, but it's a little hard to answer every individual person. I will say that. All right. Sometimes it does not hurt to go use Google. All right. Just being honest. It doesn't hurt. I'm not trying to be mean, but not every question can be answered. And I know some people are like thinking they're being ignored. You're not. It's just, there's a lot of people that ask the same question. Trust me, you look in the Reddit, that's the same questions get answered like every day. All right. But yeah, back to Full Power Frieza. So he comes with 2 Death Saucers. That's probably the best thing here, because if he didn't come with that, I think a lot of people will be mad. The special bonus that he does come with is a LSSJ Goku face, which is, again, like Sai pointed out, people taking inspiration from Tonsen doing the impact faces and unique expressions. I think Tamashii also got that kind of idea from Tonsen. Somebody had to have, because it pretty much is the same kind of expression, just not as impacted, I guess you could say, because Tonsen has the whole fist in the face, whereas Tamashii's just has kind of the eye closed and the expression of his mouth being punched, and whatnot. But overall, I mean, Frieza is looking mighty good. What do you guys think?
I think that he comes with 2 pizzas. But if you got that reference, you're a super Dragon Ball nerd if you got that reference. He looks great. He's everything I expected him to be. I seen some gripes about his aesthetic in terms of how the torso looks a little gappy, and I'll just say I think the reason why it looks that way is to give more movement into the torso, and I'd rather that than a stiff torso, to be honest. So I'm not complaining too much about that. Full Power Frieza, like I've said, I think Figure Arts has helped me to fall in love with the Frieza clan. It's and of course with him being involved in more recent events, right? It's helped me to give more love to the Frieza clan. I hope that I don't even know what to say. It's a great looking figure. I hope that the Frieza clan gets more love in the main canon series. And to be honest, I do expect that at some point in time. Beyond Black Frieza.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, I think it's shaping up to be an excellent figure. The subtle blue shading and the muscle definition. Chef's kiss. That's what we call Premium Bandai. That's what Figure Arts is about. That's all I have to say.
What about you, Sai?
Y'all know me. I lost my mind when I saw this. Like, even though it was anticipated, I was, put it out there, like, all the breadcrumbs that was being dropped. I cannot wait for this. Like, I am wholeheartedly looking forward to this. Like, I will say this: there is one thing I am disappointed about. given the price and the price of Mecha Frieza, I was hoping that they would have him come with a cut in half body.
Yep.
I was hoping that I was hoping for that. I was really hoping for that. I was like, please, please, and unfortunately, no. To no avail, I was let down. But still, overall, it is an excellent looking figure. Like the homie just pointed out, that lovely subtle blue shading and the muscle definition, the veins popping out all over the body from the head down to the tail. Like, yeah, like this is dope. Like, I can't wait. Like, this is so sick. Like I just and I love the references that they use with it. Like, a lot of people don't notice, like, the one where they have him like walking forward with his hands up, like my man walking out the house, like the cops outside. That's actually from a manga panel. A lot of people don't know that that's from a manga panel. What else? Like the other one where he's in the air with doing a blast down. I think that's from Legends, I believe, a Legends picture promo pic that they did. Like, yeah, I'm like, yo, they just took so many references. I'm like, yo, that's so dope. Like, this is definitely one of my most anticipated figures for 2024. Like, yeah, this is this we've waited years for this.
Yeah,
years.
yeah.
So
One last thing I want to add after Sire's done.
You good, bro? Go ahead.
Okay, so one last thing, I predicted that this would be a premium Bandai, and then I seen a couple comments like, "Yo, you called it." I was like, "Yeah, man, I knew it." But the reason why I was incorrect, originally I was like, "Yo, the windswept Super Saiyan here that Goku had when he's looking down on Frieza, like, damn, bro, why you gotta be so hard headed? Why you had that make me do this to you?" type of look. I thought that this was going to come with this Frieza, but then, just to go into a little speculation territory very quickly, we're not going to stay on it too long. I think that Windswept here is better suited for a release that may not be as popular. And
Zarbon.
Because putting it with Frieza, yes. Precisely. Zarbon.
Transform Zarbon.
Yes. Transform Zarbon. I can see coming with that hair.
Or it's a little
Nail?
No, not even Nail. Vegeta.
Yeah, when they were in front of Purunga, I think,
Vegeta,
right?
Though.
No, but you got to think it makes sense because you look at it. Vegeta did see him as a Super Saiyan, so I mean, still, it makes sense.
It does make sense, but you don't need. I don't think you need Goku to sell Vegeta per se.
True.
I mean, no, not to sell Vegeta. No, not at all.
It's a similar situation to what they did with like superhero Broly. For whatever reason, even if he had no encounter with Gohan, they just said we're gonna give him a Wendy Gohan hair, even though they don't talk. They weren't next to each other in the movie. They were just in the same arc essentially, and I guess that's justification enough. So yeah, they very well could just say, you know what, we'll give it to Nail or. Freaking, let's give it to Guru. Let's give it to Guru. Freaking s.h.figuarts Guru with something like that. I don't know. They could do literally anything that they wanted to at this point.
And
but yeah,
you know what is just it's wild. Like how long ago we had this conversation. Like just bursting myself. Just bombing myself. Like. Dude, how long ago was that we talked about this? About full power Frieza?
Man,
like literally like years ago. Like years ago. And was like, yo, this is gonna be we literally both said it was like, yo, because this is gonna come with the Death Saucer, this is gonna be a premium Bandai exclusive, like legit. And we was like, yep. And then once we all three of us started talking, all three of us said the same thing. It's like, yeah, absolutely. Burst was holding out hope. But
man.
Yeah, man, it was just we was like, it's coming with too much, man. And you talk about a big figure, pretty much like just about all their big figures are premium Bandai releases, just about all of them. So it's like, that's that did it. But like, on to the next. Actually, this is Bomb's favorite right here.
Yeah, I should let Bomb introduce this one.
Yes, sir.
The original Goku Black. Let me introduce him that way. Zycor. So for those that don't know, because you might like, who the hell is Zycor? Who's this orange Goku gi wearing, white hair, Gohan Beast kind of looking, dude with devil horns looking character, right? So if you don't know, and this, I'm about to go on a tangent a little bit. But either way, if you don't know, Zycor is an original character of Toyobo, aka Toyotaro, the guy that's drawing the Dragon Ball Super manga. So before he got into drawing the Dragon Ball Super manga, and before he became the part of the official team, he made his version of Dragon Ball AF. And the first villain of that Dragon Ball AF was Zycor, entity that had some Supreme Kai DNA and Goku's DNA, which is why you might hear me call him the prototype Goku Black.
Facts.
Because Goku Black, he doesn't have the DNA of a Supreme Kai, but he has the soul of one, and then he has the body of a Saiyan. So you can see how that's clearly. I'm almost certain that's not a coincidence. Now, just seeing how I don't think Toyotaro is like Zycor. I think Zycor will appear in Super at some point. Not as he was in AF, but as this kind of updated design, and it'll be a clear reference that it's like Toyotaro's trying to put him in, but he had to rework him a little bit. Right. That's my opinion. Now, people could say that's what Goku Black was supposed to be, and I agree, but either way, these deities, right? They're releasing the Zycor figure. This is a dream come true for me. I'm sure Toyotaro on a low probably has pre-ordered this figure. I really wouldn't be shocked if he really did. Seriously. I don't know what more I could ask for. Now, one thing I will say about the Beast Deities version of it, and the reason why I say Beast Deity version is because DF has done or at least they've shown a render of it. They didn't get the back of the hair quite right. I think DF has the back of the hair correct. I'll be getting both versions because I like Zycor. I think Beast Deities plans, they say all forms of Zycor. Now,
yes, I'm
on the fence about that because as cool as that is, I don't think Zycor would have a whole bunch of forms. His forms would probably just consist of something like, hey, just based off of what Goku Black has done, he might have his form of a rose, for example. And then he might have, my father can achieve Ultra Instinct, why can't I? And he might have that. I don't see him having the Super Saiyan 4-esque forms. I see him having more godly forms as I picture his character. But I welcome it because it's Zycor, As you can tell, I'm biased. The only person I put above Zycor is Beerus because Beerus, I love cats. If you don't know, Bombastic loves cats.
Respect.
Bombastic loves Beerus. So you might see when I take pictures of Zycor, when I finally get the figure in hand, he's going to be beating up a lot of the toy box. And don't take it personally. I just like Zycor, He might be beating up your favorite character. Don't take it personally. It's just Zycor. But when I first met Zyoris, I was like, yo, I need a Zycor figure. And it's going to be made. And lo and behold, what happened? It was made. So I'll pass it on.
This is with that too. This Zycor is also coming with a new faceplate for the Super Saiyan 3 Goku. So that's also the Beast Deities, of course. That's also upside to this. There is releasing with that, and it's also coming with the energy effect as well. So, that's pretty dope. I'm glad again. Beast Deities, they are the king of ambition.
True.
No ifs, ands, or buts about that. They are the kings of ambition. They are tackling any and everything that they want or they see that fans are asking for. And it's it doesn't get any better than that, and like you said, they said they're doing all forms. So it's that's, I don't know if y'all saw that post, but that's a lot. That's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10 forms for one dude. So that's a lot. So I would be surprised to see all of those forms get made, like I know Bond would be in heaven. I know,
Yep.
I know
Okay,
that.
only one thing I'll add. So when they made that post for all forms, ironically, the one form that was actually, above his regular form that Toyotaro actually made is the one picture that they didn't include, and that's where his hair is spiked all the way up, and he's a bit more. He's bigger, period, like taller and more muscular. But that's the only. Ironically, the one official, technically speaking, Zycor form is the one that they didn't include in that picture. Funny enough.
They do have one similar to that in the picture. I mean, the hair is not as spiked up as you were saying, as you were just depicting, but they do have one like that, and it's next to the red Super Saiyan 4 form that he has. So you could be getting that, player.
All right, we'll see. We'll see. I'll be pulling up receipts if they get that specific form right, because that specific form would require a brand new sculpt. Period. Because he becomes larger.
I mean, with that, we know who they doing. So, so it's there, player. It's in the card, so we know who they doing.
Fair enough.
Well, that in terms of this year's releases for official and non-official products, that kind of takes us to the end. However, we do have a couple of extra topics related to obviously third parties that we can get into real quick. Is there any particular one you want to start off with, you guys?
I mean, given what he was just saying, about him being bigger, we might as well talk about the big one that's being done.
Yep. Now, it's a deleted post now, so unfortunately, I can't pull it up on 5K Toys, so I'm gonna have to get the image externally. But we did get told that we were gonna see the was it Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan 5 Broly before the end of the year.
Oh yeah, and hey brother, if you need the picture, I got it.
If you got it, let me check the spot real quick.
It's in there, bro. It's in there, player. It's in there.
But yeah, we're getting our first look at it. Technically in 2024, even though they said last year, but the fact that they still put it out only days later in the beginning of 2024, still we got what we wanted. And it's only just the mostly lower half of it that we're seeing, but it's just a render. But still, it's good to have confirmation that it's still in development and progress. And if you look close enough, it does have the tail, so you know that it is one of the either Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan 5 forms. However, it's very possible that they say F it, and we're going to make Legendary Super Saiyan Broly or Base Broly or S.H.A type Broly, which is the blue hair restricted Super Saiyan. But yeah, that one, and then we also have Cumber, which I believe Sai and Bombastic we're about to touch on too. And there's also another Super Saiyan 4 Broly. I don't know this form, and I'm not a fan of it, but he has like a Dragon Ball stuck in his chest. I don't
Broly.
Yeah, dark.
Saiyan 4?
Yeah. So they said that one was gonna come as well, and that would bring us to 3 Brolys. And I'm not trying to make it a competition here, but Demoniacal Fit just recently said that they were gonna release their Legendary Super Saiyan Broly, which I just personally, and I'm being real here, I've got one of the old ones, and I just don't see the appeal for why you would want that as opposed to waiting for them to make a whole new body. Because if you're just going to go for the old one, you might as well get the official for it, right? Like, I don't know.
It'll be cheaper if Demoniacal Fit makes it, though.
It's still going to be expensive, bro. Ain't no way they don't charge at least $80 to $100 for that. I would be surprised.
$300.
It's fair, but I don't know. I guess I'm just like, when I look at it, it's like there's some issues with that mold because it's old, right? Like there's obviously issues with it compared to stuff today. But I just think that wouldn't you want the newer stuff? Because we definitely are gonna get a new Broly from Z. Like,
Absolutely. I always root if they're gonna do a new Broly. the model that they should use is a Dragon Ball Fighters model for an updated,
Right. Right.
legendary Super Saiyan Broly. I feel like that's the best depiction of how he looks. Honestly, in my opinion.
I would agree.
Yeah, I'll pass it on
I mean,
until we get to Cumber at least.
they said it. They said Broly series, right? So, hey, it's gonna be a series of that dude. We got a Super Saiyan 4 coming, we got Dark Super Saiyan 4 coming, and then we got Super Saiyan 5. So it's like, yo, I'm with it, yo. Like like I said, they are the kings of ambitious. Like their ambition knows no bounds, man. And I love that. I love and this is for all you cats that still are on this train. They are a third party entity making Dragon Ball figures that Tamashii nations would not make themselves. So you're still sitting here like, oh, why can't they just make DBZ Legendary Super Saiyan Broly? That's what Tamashii Nations is for. That is what they're going to give us. That is what they're going to do. Beast deities, they're going to give us something that wouldn't come from official like they do. So that's why. So not saying that they can't, surprise us and be like, you know what? Here's Legendary Super Saiyan Broly DBZ version. Absolutely all for it. Would love to see it, Not going to harp on it and be like, oh, that's a bad thing. But again, for us, we have to keep in mind, right? This is their first take on a big Dragon Ball Z character, right? So it's not like they haven't done before because they actually work with other companies. Like if you are in the third party scene, you know about the orcs that are being made. They actually had a hand in making those orcs. So it's like, yo, they go ahead. Some of them, I should say, on their team, not all of them. Some of them on their team had a hand in making those orcs. So it's like, yo, with seeing those, I'm hyped for their big characters and see what they do. So like, I'm eager to see how these all pan out.
Indeed.
No pun intended. Pan out.
Well,
one last Broly that they could add in there, which would be very easy for them. Limit Breaker Broly. That'll be an easy one.
That's gonna be a hidden variant. Watch.
Exactly. That's a given. That's a given.
I personally want them to do that not legendary. It's super. What is it? It's Broly God Broly from the 4D the 4D ride.
Yeah. The Super Saiyan 3 hair.
Yep. From the 4. Yeah, it's that 4D ride in Japan. I think
like some type of Universal movie.
Yeah.
Not Universal movie. Universal ride.
Yeah.
Universal Studios ride.
It was the one where Goku fuses with the audience to beat him, and I was like, all right. I could see it. I would love to see that as an official figure. I mean, I've seen people make custom hair parts for it for the current Brolys, but I would like to see it with a little bit of a better mold. But let's. I know. Bomb wants to talk about Cumber, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy. So one thing I will say, and not to put you on the spot, Burst, but it's one picture that Beast Deity showed off a while back. And they said Beast Deity's Fenrir, and they never showed what the figure actually was.
Right.
It was just a hand holding Vegeta's head.
Yep.
At this point, since I think we can eliminate Zycor was actually the only one to hold Vegeta like that in the fan manga.
Yes.
But we can eliminate Zycor because they seem to be actually just going forward with using his name / also calling him the green. What is it? Anhair.
Yeah.
Anhar.
Yeah.
Sorry if I'm mispronouncing the name. They're literally calling him Green Anhar. So we know that he's not Fenrir. By the process of elimination, I think it's high likelihood that it's Cumber. Like I said, with Cumber, I don't think the mold will be off. I'm just worried about the hair being too heavy. That's the only thing I'm really worried about at this point.
Right.
I want them to lighten the hair, and after that, if they lighten the hair,
I feel like part of it is though they want to allow for people to do head swaps, and I'm down for that. But I think if you're gonna do characters with the big hair, you might have to take the sacrifice of building the hair into the neck, like how the official Super Saiyan 3 and how Raditz is, just to avoid the issue with it being super heavy. Because they're doing just standard ball pegs, which we've seen everybody attempt to try to make it super stiff so you can hold the hair right, but it just doesn't work at the end of the day. It keeps still pulling the neck back, pulling the waist back. I think that they need to try that though, at least for one release, just to see how it does in comparison to what they've done so far. What do you think?
I think that would work perfectly for Cumber because there's only so many head swaps you could do with Cumber's build. Cumber is bigger than Goku, Vegeta, but I don't know if he's quite as big as, for example, legendary Super Saiyan Broly.
Right.
So
he's smaller, I think.
If you're gonna do that, Cumber would be the perfect character to do that with because you're not gonna head swap him like that unless it's for another Cumber form. Like I don't know what they're gonna do with Cumber. They can do Super Saiyan 3 if you want to get super exotic with it. Ultra Ego Cumber, I don't know. That's something that Kong would, not Kong, but Beast Deities would do. You know,
I definitely want that Evil Saiyan though. The Evil Saiyan version with the dark aura around him that also Vegeta gets later, or technically Goku gets that too because he gets corrupted by it. But I would love to see that with the eyes being all whited out and stuff like that.
Oh snap! You know what? You saying that? You know what that just reminded me of?
What?
Remember the because we never got who's doing that, the Turles.
Oh yeah. Okay. This is not gonna be like mean towards Hobby Model Store, but sometimes Hobby Model Store just posts this stuff and doesn't really actually know who's doing what. I've seen so many reposts from them. Like I'm not trying to be over exaggerative, but like yesterday, you know, the images of the Goku Black from DL Customs, they didn't get sent those pictures. They just got probably told, oh, pictures are starting to come out. All right, snag one and then re-upload it. As opposed to them actually knowing, oh, this and this and this, it's coming out now in Asian territories, whatever. They don't really ever go into too much detail on their posts, like the Black Hole Toys Awakening Goku thing. Like, are they actually doing that Awakening Goku, or is that just speculation on Hobby Model Store's part? Like, I don't know. But typically, I just have not seen very explanative posts from them. That's my take on that. But yeah.
Hey, that's fair. That is fair, good sir. Like that is, I completely understand. I agree. Like, because we've seen it, you know, where, of course, you know, us doing our due diligence, what we do.
Yep.
We see stuff and they post stuff. We be like, you know what I'm saying? So we be like, no. Like we know better, and it's like, yeah. So like I said, I wholeheartedly agree. Right? Like I would if that Turles does drop, I would love to see it. Like, and of course we've seen that Turles get done over there already.
Yep.
We know about that, you know, like we've seen the actual figure, but it was like, bro, this was old. Like this was a long time ago, like right after Turles first dropped. Like, okay.
Yeah, and it's the same with remember the Super Saiyan 3 trunks that we saw as well.
Yeah,
it's using that Kong hair as well, so it's like I think that's the collusion right there. Is like some of it is just that Xianyu exclusive stuff, like you have to buy it from Xianyu, and I think that's the case here with that Turles. You probably have to buy it through Xianyu if you want it, which is a Chinese base, like I don't want to say reselling site, but you definitely can resell some stuff on there. It's similar to like let's just say it's similar to eBay. It's like an Asian Chinese market, similar to what we have over here stateside.
Yep. Pretty much, it's that's what it is. AliExpress, just in China.
Pretty much. But moving on, we also got to touch back on Vegeta here a little bit too. They have shown so far 2 out of 4 or 3 renders. Yeah, I want to say 4 renders because we're supposed to get a battle damage version of Armor Vegeta as well. And we're also supposed to get a shirtless version of him with what looks to be Super Saiyan 3 hair, but you know, we have no way of knowing how they'll change that up in terms of their variants later because they typically do 2 to 3. But
And there's also the one where it's pretty much like almost kind of like from Tournament of Power.
Yeah.
Same thing like how it is but it's Super Saiyan or more or less Super Saiyan Blue.
Yep.
So like yeah, there's that one too.
And the battle damaged Vegeta technically would go with the metal cooler and Goku.
Yes.
So I think, and
Yes.
also Side touched upon this like last year as well when we were talking about it, but maybe Beast Deities also got some early insight into metal cooler coming, and that's why they started work on a battle damaged Vegeta. Because you have the LSSJ Goku, which is pretty versatile. It can be used for like 3 different arc, one arc and 2 different movies, I believe. So he's spread out. But yeah, so we're waiting to see more on that. And I think, now that they've just finally put up the actual like regular Armor Vegeta for pre-order, we probably will see that hopefully within a few months for the other ones. But there's no reason to rush. I think that us getting a regular intact Battlesuit Vegeta with 3.0 tech is what everybody's looking for. So they want to test the waters with that first and maybe see what they can do later, because that they're going to do another Ultra Ego, bro. They were doing Ultra Egos out the wazoo when they were just focused on 2.0. So, it'll come again.
1,000% they're going to do another Ultra Ego. It's going to come with one of these battle damage bodies. For sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Easy.
Yeah, I think from there, the other thing with Beast Deities to talk about is their 4 other Gokus that they put up for pre-order a few weeks ago, which was that translucent one, and then Clone Goku from Fighters, and then another Kaioken Goku variant, which I really like the hair on that one. I really like the hair on that one. But I don't like that it has a damaged body. Like, if it was just an intact body, it would be perfect for me.
Hey, like I said to y'all before, if you remember that episode where you fought PyCon, there you go.
True.
There you go.
But yeah, how do you guys feel about these so far?
I think I said this earlier in the pod, but these are probably going to be some of their best releases. Ironically, because they just don't have the heavy hair. In my opinion, the heavy hair was the biggest weakness for their 3.0 releases, because they had the Super Saiyan 3 and then we had Super Saiyan 5, which, to be fair, the Super Saiyan 5 hair isn't as heavy and it's easier to balance. However, it's still heavy. So these are going to be some of their best releases. I think people are going to love it. I think this is going to be good for customizers. I'm very happy to see the Kaioken variant, although I don't think Beast Deities has the Kaioken aesthetic down like how Tamashii and Demoniacal Fit does, in terms of how they do the body, in terms of how they do that pearlescent paint. I don't know how they do it. Tamashii and DF got it on lock, but when it comes to that, super excited for it. If I'm not mistaken, it's quarter 3 or 4, if I'm not mistaken, according to the website. This is good stuff. Only thing I'll say is that since Beast Deities is Beast Deities now, what they really need to do, and hopefully other figures don't have this issue, from what I can see, there's an inconsistent issue too. Make sure that it's not a pain in the butt to get that head sculpt, to swap the heads. Because I know people were struggling. I was struggling from my Super Saiyan 5 Rose Goku Black to get that head on, to swap the head. So eventually I got it on, but jeez,
right,
Louise, like it was an issue. Hopefully that's not an issue moving forward. Hopefully it's just like they said, because we're in the winter months, the plastic and everything got hard and made it more difficult. Hopefully, since some of the stuff is coming out and warm up times, that it won't be as bad. That's all I really got to say about that.
Well, if you guys are done with that topic, I want to talk about. Go ahead.
I'm gonna jump in on that one. Yeah, like the homie said, customizing wise, this is it. Like the translucent one, that goes, if you don't really know, that kind of goes with the Metal Cooler movie too. Where Cooler goes to Neon and Goku catches it, and he goes Super Saiyan and his hair is glowing. Like that's pretty dope. The Abomination Goku, the Clone Goku. If you're cool, comfortable with it, well, you could use that for something else, but you don't really have to. You better off just waiting. I ain't even going to say anything on that one. But I will say this though, the translucent Goku, right? Like these things, like first off, is dope. With what all they come with a lot.
Yeah.
Like the translucent Goku comes with
3 sculpts.
What? 3 different sculpts and 4 faces for each sculpt. And I'm like, that's pretty dope. You got base, blue, and just regular Super Saiyan. And I'm like, yo, that's wild. And then you got the regular one that comes with 2 different sculpts, base, Super Saiyan, and Super Saiyan 2, with each having 4 different faces. And then you got the Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken, comes with, again, 2 different face sculpts, Super Saiyan Blue, and they got Super Saiyan Blue 2, which, okay. And each has, and then, the Kaioken base hair, and each comes with 4 different faces. So it's like, yo, and they all come with energy effects. So that's pretty dope, man. That's you get some pretty good bang for your buck there. So like that's definitely a plus. That's definitely a win for them. I highly anticipate these to do more customizing work with.
Definitely. With that, there's one last thing that I want to say about Beast Deities that Sai, I think Sai, you posted this in the chat. This is that Monkey King. I don't know if they're even gonna do it anymore though, because we've not heard like a single word about it. But it's this Monkey King Goku with the I don't know what to call that staff, but I mean it's like Power Pole, right? Yeah, Power Pole, but just looks different. But the Goku was more majestical looking. It's got the UI hair, they got the robe. I would like to see it because it's definitely a unique thing that nobody else would be making, but they've not said anything. Do you guys think that they're gonna make it still, or you think that it's just like? You think so?
They will absolutely still make it. Chinese New Year reveal. Chinese New Year reveal.
Hey, me and Bob were talking about this in depth. Like it's like this.
So Sun Wukong for the Chinese New Year reveal.
Yep. Okay.
And then on top of that, right? You can have it for a Chinese New Year reveal, but then release it when the Black Myth Wukong game drops this summer.
Ooh, that would be dope.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there you go. It's like you got the reveal for the new year. Cool. And then you got, the figure drops when the game drops, because you already know the hype is going to be going crazy because the game dropped. What better way to capitalize off of that?
That's going to be sick. I need that.
That would be fire. Like, yes, like that. And then, which it would be funny if speaking on them, Demoniacal Fit dropped their Wukong Goku as well. Goku, as Bomb says, Goku with demonic.
Oh, is that's the Journey to the West one, right?
Yep.
Yes,
yep.
from DF.
They need to upgrade that actually, because I don't know, the butterfly joints on there look non-existent and stuff. So, but it's just a render. So I mean, I don't know. We'll see. You know how they are though. They all try to one up. So maybe if Beast Deities does do it, we'll have a better chance.
Yeah.
But all right, that's closing out all of the Beast Deity stuff so far. I think really quick, we didn't touch on this earlier just to save it, but we got the Ari Customs Goku kit here, which is different.
Actually, may I interject real quick?
Oh, go ahead.
There's actually what ape stuff.
Yes, I was gonna say there is actually like 2 more things for Beast Deities actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so this was said last year actually that they're planning on doing a Super Saiyan 3 Trunks as well.
Yep.
So that was saying it was planned for next year. That was said last year. And then also there's with the Ozarus. So
that's right. Yeah.
They posted the Ozarus, Golden Ape, which we all know, going with the filler, Legendary Super Saiyan, and going with GT Goku before he goes Super Saiyan 4. And they posted a picture and they were like, how about adding joints? And, of course, I lost my mind. Absolutely. Lost it. And then they also posted another one, which pretty much was like Ultra Instinct Ozaru, and it's like, stop playing. I feel like I'm playing my emotions right now. So there's that, and then they also posted Ozaru Baby Vegeta. So you talking like 3 apes, 3 Ozarus from them, which would be fire, articulated. So,
the one thing I wonder from that though is, are they referring to it potentially being 1/12 scale? Like, let's say the S.H. Monster Arts, what was it? Godzilla, King Kong, and stuff like that kind of size. Because if they made it as big as like the actual Grade 8 Vegeta we have officially, I would be shocked.
I mean, I'm in all honesty, I would not be surprised.
I would be shocked for one reason, or 2 reasons rather. Specifically because I thought the timing of it was interesting because we already had in our mind that they were already going to do a big figure in Broly.
Right.
So for me, this was just them. All right, we're going to push that slider to the extreme. All right, here you go with the Great Ape. So, but I also had my skepticism like you, Per. So I was like, damn, that's going to be a big figure for them to just be manufacturing.
Right.
What's the price on that going to look like? That's going to be probably like a $200 figure, to be honest. I'm keeping it a bean. So, I don't know. This is still in speculative territory because they talked about it, but it's kind of like, how much are you going to follow through with it,
I mean, but at the same time, right, to play devil's advocate, just being real and keeping it 100, how often do we see that they announce something and they don't make it?
Fair
enough.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not the case where it's like, demoniacal fit, it's announced and it's a guessing game of whether it's going to happen or if it was canceled in the background and don't nobody know but them. And then we got to do our due diligence and find out, like, oh, okay, this was quietly canceled. So it's like, it's like, we don't know. With Beast Deities, we know, hey, everything they've announced, they've made. So it's like, and with them, we can honestly say their communication is way, way better than most. So it's like, I would be so inclined to believe like, yo, if they changed their mind and they weren't going to make something will be put out via 5K and be like, hey, unfortunately, this had to be canked for whatever reasons.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
True.
So, I mean, that's. Wait, what? Oh my God, gents!
Live news on the podcast.
It's not Dragon Ball related, but Red Eyes Black Dragon just went up for pre-order.
Oh shoot!
Sir.
Like, what? Like, that just came out of nowhere.
All
So
right.
you all just got quiet. So bad.
we were. I'm looking. I'm like, whoa! What's going on? But if you guys, go ahead.
Like, because I'm trying to find it right now. Like, and it's just like prices just went up. Like, because I'm a part of course, a S.H. Monster Arts group, and right now it just listed. What is this? 127.99 MSRP. E-Night Media is 113. Awesome Collector is 114. Kappa Hobby is 115. Luna Toy Store is 120. Entertainment Earth is 127. Amazon is 128. Tokyo Otaku Mode is 130. Big Bad Toy Store is 133. Like, let me double check, see if it was pre-orders or just listings for the prices that these stores are gonna have.
All right. Well,
but yeah,
you guys ready to move it on into finishing some of these other topics?
Yes, sir. All
right, we're gonna turn this into a minor speed round a little bit. We're at 3 hours 30 minutes so far, but all right. So
RE Customs.
RE Customs. All right, so they're doing I believe it's a new hair sculpt as well, as well as the soft plastic gi that they're going to allow you to put over. So if you want to create that Awakening Goku look, but for the 3.0 body that we just got, that's essentially what they're giving you in a kit, which I thought was pretty cool. Some people thought that they were doing a whole figure, and I was like, hey, that would be a first because everybody wants to do a figure now. So it would be crazy. But yeah, they're just doing a mini kit. There's no ETA, I think, on release, but it is something to look forward to. And I mean, so far, RE Customs has put out excellent products, so I would imagine this one will be just as good as, if not better. And yeah, that pretty much is it. Nothing too crazy yet. They haven't shown any in-hand prototypes or anything. So right now, just renders. But anything you guys got to say about it?
They look incredible. They have that soft hair look, that fluffy look, without all the extra definition to the hair that they're supposed to have. You can surely expect that I'll review it because, like I said, it looks incredible. RE Customs is up there in terms of head sculpt accuracy with Tonsen in my eyes and DL Customs. So,
oh yeah, absolutely.
It's not. I can't big them up much more, I look forward to it.
Same. That's really it for me. Like, it's pretty much the Goku hair. I've been Super Saiyan Goku. I've been harping on and wanting for like ever. Y'all know that. I've been ranting and raving about that kind of hairstyle. So like, yeah, absolutely. I can't wait.
All right. So with that, I'm gonna move it into another different creator, and we haven't heard this one's name in a long time, which was New Hope.
Yeah,
now they did the Gohan from Supreme Kai's world when he has the Kaioshin outfit on. Now, again, Hobby Model Store put this picture out of what is the art box of Goku Daishinkan by New Hope, but we have not seen what I believe we have not seen an actual prototype from. There was an old picture of UI Goku in the Daishinkan outfit, but hard to say if that really was, New Hope or not. And New Hope, if you don't know, I don't really know their backstory. Some people say they were Class E adventurer before, but it's hard to really tell. And I mean, that Gohan that they did put out actually was, it wasn't the best. It was okay, but some of like the faces or the head sculpt felt very cheap. Like they just recasted it from, I think, either DF or somewhere, some other body or head or whatever. But yeah, any thoughts you guys have on New Hope? Because I don't even know if they're making anything anymore. They just haven't said anything in 23 weeks?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, thoughts on New Hope. I know when I first saw New Hope, I was like, that's a bag of butts. I thought that they were Black Hole Toys. I was like, yo, Black Hole Toys is trash. They need to retire. I talked all types of crap, and then I found out that Black Hole Toys was a whole separate thing, and I was like, oh, my bad. I had to make a whole nother video saying, yo, so I was wrong about Black Hole Toys. Even when I was talking crap about New Hope, people was like, well, I'd like to see you do better. I was like, so what? I'm not in the business of making figures, my boy. So don't put this out. You can New Hope Toys. All right, everybody got to start somewhere, right?
Right.
But I guess in my mind, I was looking at it as, look at what everybody else is putting out at the bare minimum. You can't come with what you just put out because it's just gonna make you look bad because it looks so much better. But from what I've heard, the New Hope, Gohan, people were satisfied with it. So if you got satisfied customers, what can I say, right?
True. True.
Satisfied customers, what can I say? It's not for me per se, but you never know. They might come back around. I might be like, oh, they're the best thing since sliced bread. So we'll see. It's all tentative.
Any other thoughts?
I mean, I'm the same with that. I mean, it's not for me. It doesn't tickle my fancy. It just reminded me of like you said, yeah, everybody got started off somewhere, but to me, they just look like, when Dragon Ball, when SHF, when Tamashii started, back in the day with their 1.0 figures. That's pretty much what that looked like to me. So it was like, you can't really go with that kind of look, in this time frame. It's not good. That's just me personally. And it's like, you can tell, and it's just from me. Y'all know me. I make my own. I customize my own figures. So it's like, you can tell when parts are just taken from other figures and just spliced together and put together on other figures. And it's like, yeah, here, I'm selling you this figure. And it's like, bro, you just took like 8 different figures and put together to make one.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, you're not about to hit me over the head and be like, oh, yeah, here's this figure, and we're going to run you like $50 to $60 for, or even $40 to $60 for. And it's like, bro, all you did was take the head off of this old Gohan and put it on this. What? No. Like, absolutely not. You put it on this fused Zamasu and repainted it. Like, nah, bro, that's not about to happen. So that's just me, man. It's like, it needs to be better. That's just my take on that. Like, New Hope, they need more work. They need to go back in the kitchen and cook some more before they get my vote for anything. That's just me. Like I said,
Fair. All right. Moving on from New Hope, let's talk about TK DIY. So he is doing currently the crossed arms kit for both Goku and Vegeta. Yeah, Goku and Vegeta Super Saiyan 4 already went up for pre-order on 5K Toys. I don't know if it's on Omni-May or not, but it definitely is on 5K Toys and AliExpress. That one I think is like, what, I want to say $29, $25, somewhere around there. It's definitely a little expensive, but I don't know if I don't think these ones come with the looking to the side eyes faceplates.
No, they don't. They don't
So
come with any faceplate, which is disappointing.
yeah,
Very
so
disappointing.
this time you're missing out on that, which I feel it would have maybe justified the price a little bit more if they included them, but what are you going to do when they just decide to do that one thing? Additionally, the creator is also doing Super Vegito and Base Vegito, and we've kind of already seen in-hand prototypes of that, so I would think somewhere in the next maybe 1 to 4 months he puts it up for pre-order, and then 4 or 5 months later releases it. His release schedule typically is pretty long, so you'll be waiting a long time for his stuff, but it is quality, I will say that.
Okay.
So
And it also comes with the hand with the blast on the fingertips as well.
yeah, the what is it, split finger shot? I think that's what it's called.
It
Yeah, it looks really, really good. And I will say this, I thought it was funny that DF announced that they were going to reissue their Super Vegito, and they also showed this split finger shot hand. And it was just it's always interesting because they're always coming out when somebody else is doing something. And it's just like, why? Why do you do that? If you've already got it in your schedule to do, you might as well just announce it. Like, don't make it look like you're just copying people if that's not what you're intending to do, which is why most people say, oh, they're just trying to go after Kong, or they're just trying to go after XYZ creator, because you wait and you announce it at the same time as everybody else.
I mean, from talking to people that I know over there, that help me get stuff. Like, that's literally like the trope. That's their trope. That's what they do. It's like, and even over there in the Asian market, they're like, yo, they're harped on for that. They're like, yo, why do they, like, they literally do that. That's literally what you said is what they do. And it's not even they're waiting for people to announce. Like, they literally do it just to undercut other people's sales. Like, that's literally what they do. So, like, it could be something that's not even in their plan to release for the year, but because somebody else announced it, they'll announce that they're going to do the same thing again to ride the wave of confusion, to get people to mix up their stuff with the person who originally said that they were going to drop something. So, like, great example, just this, right? Like, first off, it's on the 2.0 body, right? It's like, all right, cool, whatever. Like, when was the last time we saw anything Vegito related like that? Like, for real, besides Kong's Super Saiyan 3 bodies, right?
Yep.
So, of course, with the Super Saiyan 3 bodies coming out, okay, now you got Vegito back in the limelight. You got people, trying to see, oh, hey, can we get something going with, with some Vegito heads or something like that? Cool, whatever. And then with the, the homie A.A.F.C.T Custom dropping those pegs, doing Zeno's work, doing God's work, getting those pegs up there to put those heads on there. Okay, cool. Bet you got somebody that's like, all right, cool, they can capitalize off of it. Fine. Makes for a perfect thing to do. And then out of nowhere, you get Demoniacal Fit. Oh, yeah, we're going to reissue this too. What? Why? What for? Like, are you serious? For yet something that they announced, again, like over a year and a half ago, that they were supposedly reissuing their Vegito, remember? But it's like, where'd that go? What happened with that? What's the deal with that? And it's like, yo, y'all could have dropped this with your mightiest radiance. Nope, didn't do that. So it's just they literally do that. That is their whole goal is to undercut the competition as best as they possibly can. Scummy, crappy tactics, yes, but it's a tried and true method that's been making the money for years, and it sucks. It's like I'm not trying to sit here and like do a hit piece, but it's what I'm telling folks this to know what to expect from them. So
Right.
when it comes to their release, we'll see an announcement. This is why we don't get the figure until forever later, because they get wind of somebody else. They're going to do it too, and then they're going to undercut them as best as they possibly can. So, great example. Going back to their 3.0 Goku Martial is Forever. Did I not tell y'all it was going to release in November right along with the Legendary Super Saiyan Goku? What
Hey,
happened? Literally
we're
that
not
exact.
wrong. We're not wrong.
Like literally that exactly, because I was put on game, to how they do stuff, and I was like, oh, okay, so this is what's gonna happen then. And once I figured out that formula, I was like, oh, okay, so I can pretty much predict every time y'all gonna release something now. So even with that said, though, I'll say this: because of that scummy tactic of theirs, it they're poised to have like the best year ever this year, because that means they could potentially release like 4 to 5 figures in from Q1 to Q2, and they would be fire. And people would be like, "Yo, DF is the greatest thing since sliced bread," because they're dropping figures to undercut the competition. Like if they release their 3.0 MUI Goku next month, right along with the Toyotaro MUI Goku release, bro, that's money in the bag. It's like, oh, okay, that's what's up. They got that off the rip. You know what I'm saying? And then if they release their Super Saiyan 4 Gokus, and we have the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta dropping this month, I believe in Japan, and then next month, maybe next month here or elsewhere, and then they drop their Super Saiyan 4 Gokus to coincide with that. Money in the bag, and it's like, okay, well that works. And then on top of that, well, you might as well drop both Gokus, which is their Xeno Goku that they announced at base form, and the Super Saiyan 4 Xeno Goku. Again, it's like, oh snap, that's 4 figures just within Q1 and Q2 by itself.
Right.
And it's like everybody will be like, yo, they pumping them out. But it's like, yo, these have been done for like months now, years even, and they just been waiting. So it's like that's a potential, but I'm not gonna hold my breath. But it's just knowing their business tactics, so you can call when their releases are coming, pretty much.
Got you. Thank you for that insight too. That probably helps a lot of other people too.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Because
sir.
this is gonna be reoccurring, like 100%,
Yes.
100%.
Yes.
But
Like, oh, I'm sorry. That's why we haven't gotten Future Gohan yet. Hint, hint.
yeah,
Yes.
maybe
Don't be surprised if it drops when Kong drops their future Gohan, or when Tamashii drops their future Gohan.
Yep.
maybe you'll hear some interesting details about that someday.
Yep.
All right. I'm gonna quickly go over the DL custom stuff. It is starting to appear what looks to be in people's hands. It's still on pre-order, obviously, here in the States and on AliExpress, but they do look pretty dang good. I don't know if all of you have seen them, but it is definitely, I think, a worthy pickup. Because in my opinion, these are looking a little bit better, or a lot better actually, than their first Beast Gohan sculpts that they were doing. These look phenomenal, right out of the manga, if you will.
Very true. And to piggyback off of that, right? Don't be surprised. These were announced hot minute ago, right? DL Custom. Don't be surprised if you see these Super Saiyan 4s floating around. All of a sudden, DL Custom, they announce we start to see their Super Saiyan 4 head sculpts that they announced a hot minute ago. So
True.
it's not just well, Demoniacal, they're the ones doing undercutting, but they're not the only ones riding the hype, the wave train of hype, so to speak. So like, these were announced for DL Custom a hot minute ago, but now we're seeing it with all this Goku Black stuff coming out. So of course it only makes sense to announce it then. And then now here it is, yo, they look phenomenal. They look amazing. I can't wait. I already paid for all of them. So, like, if you're interested, just know this. Like, again, like I said earlier, these can go on the demoniacal fit 2.0 body. So it's a win-win. Keep that in mind.
I will say, and I put this in the chat earlier, but they give you 2 head sculpts, and both of them look pretty much the same for the most part. So I'm wondering if one has a neck more designed for 2.0 bodies, and then they're also taking advantage of knowing what, the wideness of a neck needs to be for the 3.0 heads. So I'm curious.
Well, this was my understanding of that. One, there was 2 different head sculpts for each, but one was matte and the other one was pearlescent.
You're only supposed to get one though. Like each package, right? You only get either pearlescent or matte. You can't get both. So it makes me curious. Like, it's hard to tell because we need some actual like official promo shots to really see the difference. But them putting 2 heads in one package for you is I think makes it even more worth a little bit of the money, even though it's still expensive because it came out to like $85 for me on OmniMay with a $5 off, and $5 off, man, not that much, but still, they look phenomenal. And now that we know like the different parties that are involved, Lefma, the Char 1997 one on Instagram, and then probably some other people, like, now it makes me very curious what they have on the background, because those Omni Goku sculpts were coming out the same time that they were working on this. And that was kind of like in my opinion, an early field test to see how people are liking that sculpt, because it's pretty much mostly the same. And the faceplate is the same structure. So I think that they, like Sai said, you probably might be expecting to see some of those other announcements, because they never said that they weren't doing it. They just put it out there and said it's expected to come at some point. Like, for example, I would like to see their Piccolo sculpts, because those look pretty dang good.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And
I want those.
And you know what? Since we're on the topic of DL, I'll just quickly show that Piccolo sculpt from another page that actually should have them still up here. Yeah. PCAP626 on Instagram actually had some in-hand prototype photo of their sculpt. So they were working on it. It's just a matter of, are they still, trying to push it out, or did it get put on the backlog for now? We don't know. But I definitely think that it has its chance to come out. And I think a lot of people would definitely cater to it, because it has that more DBZ-esque aesthetic to it. And I think for Bomb, as he was talking earlier, he really likes that bulky Piccolo from the Android 17 fight. Right?
Yeah, and I want them to correct Piccolo's height too.
Yep.
Piccolo should be only a little bit shorter than Super Buu, really.
Yep.
If you watch the anime, read the manga, you see Piccolo is not quite as tall as Super Buu, but almost there. So 7'6", people.
So yeah, definitely something I want to see come out. I think I would want the Piccolo more than like the Gohan and Super Saiyan 4s, just because we're eventually gonna get. Actually, there was already somebody that Zan Xianyu that made base Gohan stuff with superhero, the superhero aesthetic. So not necessarily a need right now, but definitely looking forward to it. But moving on, so we can start wrapping it up. I think that about does it for most of the kind of DBZ stuff, right? No, we gotta do Tonsen too. Tonsen.
Yes. Oh my God.
Oh, how could I forget?
All right.
I almost forgot my favorite third party.
Please let me pick this one. Hey, you got those pictures ready, bro?
Which one do you want to start with? You want to start with Bardock? You want to start with the Goku, or you want to talk about the Vegeta Effect Kits?
Effect Kits.
Okay,
Effect Kits, Bardock, Goku.
All right. So
okay. Effect Kits, Bardock, Goku, Trunks.
All right, yes. All right. I'll take the lead with the Vegeta Effect Kits, because them things. Listen, the moment last year when he started posting pictures of that, me and Sai were like, is he gonna include these with the Vegeta heads as like we're sorry it's taking so long type of thing? Because OmniMay didn't disclose that, that's for sure. But you know,
Absolutely.
we started seeing more and more pictures, and eventually he showed all 3 variants he was doing, which was for the superhero Vegeta, the new art. Actually, he had 2 different versions of the armor Vegeta. He had the original one that he showed,
Yeah.
and then he did it for the new one. So I really like that because that showed that he's able to adapt very quickly. And then he's also doing one which this worked out in his favor even more, the DBS Broly Vegeta that got reissued. So, you know, it just all went his way essentially. But
Facts.
these things, like, we're finally getting some new product shots and new looks at them, and they look incredible. And while, yes, it did take a while for them to come out, this dude has been year round, like, working on stuff. So I have to give it to him in terms of not really failing on his projects and not really, you know, leading you along. You know what I mean? He definitely always will release what he puts out for pre-order. Hence why anything that's not on pre-order, you know, he's not going to put himself out there to potentially, you know, say I have to cancel it. Sorry. Nope. If he's dedicated to it, it's going on pre-order. Just know that. So with that, I'll let the next person take on their topic they want to go on to. It's going to be Cy or Bob. Who wants to go?
You can have the bomb.
Still talking about the effect parts for Vegeta, right?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't super hyped about this, but I could see the mass appeal for it, right? It was kind of like pulling up his glove, you know, the swooshing air effect, or not even a swooshing air effect. That's supposed to be him deflecting the blast, right? The chop. All right, yeah. Deflecting the blast effect. In fact, that's actually pretty. That should really be like one of the staples in Dragon Ball, really. But Tonsen is the first one to do it. Now, if we were supposed to be getting all accessories as equivalent to the cost of these figures, then, you know, we should have gotten it already. We haven't. That hasn't been the case. But I'm not super hype about it. But I understand the hype behind it. I understand why someone would be hyped for this. I'm excited for literally everything else after this. Literally everything else after this.
Hey, I'm hyped for this because y'all know me. You know, new year, new me. Y'all know my venture. I'm jumping in on now. You know, joining in with you gents. It's just like, yo, like if you wanted to get into toy photography, this year is the year to do it. Like,
indeed,
the stuff that's coming out, like, especially if you're just a Dragon Ball fan, like, yo, like that, I'm jumping into toy photography this year, you know, and it's like, yo, with all of this stuff coming out, especially that stuff for Vegeta, like, it's, bro, like, oh my god, it's like there's so much now that I have to play with, that I can just, like, all right, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do this, I want to do that, and it's all there now because Tonsen is dropping stuff that nobody else is dropping. Like, look how long it took for Tamashii Nations to do what we've been asking them for forever, you know, effect parts, accessory kits, like, and they're, again, like the gents pointed out, they're being used for more than just Dragon Ball stuff, and that's the great part about it. This can be used for more than just Dragon Ball stuff. Now, with this, of course, is Vegeta specific, but like the bro pointed out, Burr said, like, yo, you got the superhero, I mean, you got the Super Broly Vegeta getting dropped, and it's like, yo, you can actually reenact that scene where he blasts Broly. He's like, yo, wasting my time. Word, like, that's dope. I can do that now because I have an effect part that allows me to do that. Like, that's dope. You know, okay, if I want to do a battle scene or whatever, him, you know, swiping away a key blast, like, yo, that's sick. Like, it's all there, you know, and then you have the accessory pack that dropped for the Goku that you can just add all that stuff and just mix and match and just, oh, the endless possibilities that are there just this year alone is like, yo, I'm loving it. Like, I can't wait to get these. This is so dope.
Indeed. With that, do you want to talk about what you're hyped about, side, or should we save that one for last?
Yeah, I'll go.
All right.
Let's sit here. You got the pictures, man?
I got him.
Oh, yo, I'm gonna say this. This is going to be the Trunks we wanted. This man teased BoJack Trunks and then just regular Future Trunks. And now we're seeing the in-hand prototypes and good Google it, Moogle it. Oh my God, like good God Almighty, this thing looks immaculate. Like just the detail on it by itself is crazy. Like you can see the detail just on the pecs going into his tank top. Like it's crazy. Like this figure is going to be like the Trunks. Is going to set is, and from what we're seeing, what we're gathering, it looks like there's going to be two SKUs. You're going to have Trunks with the Bojack Trunks, of course, with the long hair and the Super Saiyan hair and the ripped jacket and the sword, and then you're also going to have just Future Trunks with the short bowl cut and whatnot, and whatever else he's going to come with that. We already see how he's doing two SKUs with the Kid Buu and coming with different accessories. So it's going to be the same thing with these two Trunks figures. Like you already got one coming with, as the homie Bomb says, with the G-Shock. You know what I'm saying? So you already know with the bowl cut, that's what's going to be coming with that. And probably along with some other things too, Super Saiyan head sculpt, whatever the case may be. And to make it even better, right? He's pretty much like combining the things that we want the mold to be. So like 3.0 and 2.0 aesthetic. So like up top from the waist up, you're getting 3.0 aesthetic, but waist down you're getting 2.0 plus 3.0 aesthetic. So it's like like as far as the feet, you'll get like 3.0 aesthetic. As far as the legs, in terms of articulation, it seems like it'll be more or less like how Gohan superhero Gohan legs are, but probably without the butt cheeks, without the butt flap in the back. So you probably still got that full on split going forward and back and going out to the sides. So it's like, yo, that's sick, that's dope. Like that's literally the mold that we've been asking for like since they introduced the 3.0 mode. And it's like, yo, that's it right there. Like, dude, this is going to be so fire. I cannot wait to get this Trunks. And I will say this, he is the only person I've seen to date to do the Trunks Super Saiyan hair when his hair is long, right, perfect. Just like how I said about the demoniacal fit Goku Black mask, perfect. They're the only ones to get it right, perfect. He's the only one to get that hair perfect. Like it's spot on. I'm like, bruh, this. Oh my god, I can't wait. Like, I'm done gushing. I got nothing to say.
Anything to say, Bomb?
Well, he took all the wind out of my sails by amping it up so much, so I can't even amp it up any further. So I'll just say that, yeah, this is one I've been waiting for a while. When he first showed that first render and then took it off of Instagram, I was like, yo, Sai, please tell me you got the screenshot, bro. Tell me you got a screenshot of that. Because at that point in time, I was like, is it a kid? Oh, like, what is it? Like, what's going on? In fact, that for a short period of time, especially after we saw the Kid Buu be revealed first, I was like, damn, he might have scrapped that project. And then we saw this, and I was like, yes, sir.
And
thank
even
you.
I let my homie know. I told him, I said, hey, man, behind closed doors, he's working on one thing and working on another thing. He's working on two things in tandem. Yeah. So, being smart, he's capitalizing. One, he's like, all right, cool, I can push Trunks to the back, put that on the back burner, especially being that a Trunks just got released. But what do I see everybody asking for? Kid Buu. No one has done a Kid Buu yet. I can jump on the Kid Buu train by myself and reap the benefits of that alone, and then still be doing Trunks, and that'll come out after that, and still reap the benefits of both. Because now seeing how poorly reception was to the Boy from the Future SHF Trunks because of the QC issues, is like, oh, okay, bet. I already know what I need to work on. I already know what I need to refine and make better than the official release. Because even down to like how we've all saw this, a lot of people complain about how the hips were. They were like, oh, they don't like how the hips look big. And he tapered it in to where it doesn't. It looks like how it looks in the manga and in the anime. It's tapered in, and it's perfect. It's going to set the bar. Like, this is going to be my definitive Trunks, like, hands down, like, off the rip.
Hell yeah. Oh
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry. One last thing. And again, remember, he's working with Black Hole Toys to make these figures. He's working with Black Hole Toys to make these figures. And Black Hole Toys ain't putting out no trash. We know that for a fact. So, and if we didn't know any better, if you were just the average, collector that didn't know, aside from the boxes, you probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a Black Hole Toys figure and an SHF figure because they're that good. They're really that good. So it's like, yeah, expect greatness to come from this ultimate fusion of these two. Absolutely. This is dream come true.
Yep. Wholeheartedly agree. Wholeheartedly agree. Anything on your side, Bob?
Well, as I said about the trunks, okay, I'll segue so because I said all I was gonna say about the trunks. The trunks looks fabulous. What more can I say? I think it is this year. It's a lot. Besides Dragon Ball, there's a lot of contenders for figure of the year. Even outside of Dragon Ball, and even with Dragon Ball, you got Full Power Frieza. You got that potential Sun Wukong Goku from Kong Studio. You got Kid Buu, and you have this Trunks. If it does drop this year, if it does drop,
you got the Goku Black, the Goku Blacks.
Yes, the Goku Blacks.
Yeah.
However, I am super excited for the Bardock head sculpts and the Goku head sculpts. So I'm going to tackle both of these at the same time to save us time, but also to make a point, right? So he revealed the Bardock head sculpts, and I was like,
yes. You the man for this, bro. Yes, get it.
I was like, wow, this is amazing, right? Like the base hair is amazing. So he found a way, and this is what I mentioned before. If you are still in the pod, listening to the pod, you're the champ. But if you remember earlier in the pod, I mentioned how Tamashii is doing this angular thing with the hair, right? You see how that Bardock hair is done? That is exactly how the Kid Goku hair should be done. Yes, it still has the definition. However, it is not super angular, as if it was a Super Saiyan hair. Now, also with the Bardock hair, right? He did a Super Saiyan, the Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2 hair, right? Brand new, because he did this before, but he's updating the sculpt. Brand new. Yep. Now, also, he revealed prototypes, of Super Saiyan Goku from the Cell Saga. Now, he could have easily just taken the Super Saiyan Bardock hair and just made it Goku. But he re-sculpted the hair. So this took it to a whole another level of respect from me, from Tonsen. I'm hoping that he drops a Super Saiyan blue hair, honestly. And I already got a very good Super Saiyan blue hair from Fang/Leftman. But I'm hoping to get one from Tonsen too. I'm gonna keep it 100. You know? And then let me throw Beast Deities in there. I think it might be I'm not gonna say it's the week. I'll have to have them all in hand to compare. Yeah. But Tonsen is going crazy with the hair. Tonsen is my favorite third party. If you didn't know, you might have thought it was Beast Deity / Kong Studio. Psych. It's just Tonsen. And I can't give him enough hype. Only thing I can say is that I always leave room for the fact that, hey, it could have QC issues. It could have this. It could have that. I don't want to hype I don't want to give it so much hype that, you said it was going to be this, and it's not that. Well, there's always room for error, even for somebody like Tonsen, So, it's really Tonsen. I wish I could have him do everything because he does it in the art style that everybody likes. That Yuya Takahashi art style. That the good parts of the Buu Saga. Those frames where you like, yo, this is drawn amazing. Those frames that you wish early Dragon Ball Super was drawn like, Yep. Now, of course, later in Dragon Ball Super in the Tournament of Power, we got Yuya Takahashi, and he went crazy with that art style that we like. So I'm hoping that, if we could have like a Tonsen Art Toys Broly, wow. A Tonsen Art Toys Gohan, because Gohan is my guy. Wow. Or if Tonsen wanted, I don't even know who Tonsen's favorite character is. I wish I did. I'm like, just make him, bro. Just do it. I'm sure it'll sell. Do it. I almost wanted him to do a Gohan Beast hair sculpt, but I understand that it's 1,000 Gohan Beast head sculpts. But I feel like Tonsen has good taste in the art style that he chooses. So
Definitely.
he would have chosen a fan art or a particular angle where people would be like, "Yo, that's the Gohan Beast hair I would like to have as my definitive Gohan Beast hair."
Yeah.
Tonsen. What can I say? I hope to see more great stuff from him. I will say this. I'm gonna try to. Since we're coming close to the end of the podcast, I gotta give y'all something to, I'm gonna give y'all something to worry about. I am worried for Tonsen for when that Kid Buu drops. I'm not gonna lie.
Ooh.
I'm very worried that I always call him his, because it seems like it's a very small operation going on with Tonsen. But if Tonsen is working with Black Hole Toys, then maybe it's not a smaller operation as I thought. Either way, I'm very nervous about the impact that dropping something like that Kid Buu and even that Trunks could have. I hope that Tonsen, that group, or that one person plays it very shrewd, and I hope that they might have to pull a DF. Yo, take your page down and then make a new one. Do something like that. Take your page down, make a new one, man. I want to see Tonsen here 10 years from now still.
Right.
Seriously.
Yeah. I'm with you. Because, it's definitely going to shake up the landscape. You ain't never do it.
That's all I got to say about that. Like, Tonsen is like,
he's just OD. He's the GOAT.
Yes, absolutely.
I can't call him quite the GOAT yet, because you gotta have more bodies of work. It's like that really good artist.
Real talk. If when this Kid Buu drop, if that Kid Buu is on point, he's officially the GOAT. Like,
give him after the Trunks drops.
I see. For me, it'll be after, because y'all already know I'm not a big Buu fan. That's not me. It's one of those things where it's gonna be like, yo, this is your first figure, and your first figure come out swinging, and it already put official to shame with the price, the contents, and everything else is just on point. That's it right there. That's 3 swings right there. He got them all, and it's like, bro, they out of here. Your aesthetic is immaculate. You picked the right aesthetic that everybody wants. If your QC and your articulation is on point, well, we already see the articulation, what that look like. We've seen those prototype images. We know what that's going to be like. 3.0, so that's fire by itself. Now it's just, again, your QC joints got to be on point. Nothing loose, nothing crazy, nothing coming apart. None of that stuff. Accessories, you already shown that, hey, you blowing official out of the park with the accessories you dropping. So it's like, bruh, what more? And your price is beyond reasonable. Like, what more could you really ask for?
Right.
I mean, that's just GOAT material all over it right there. That's just like, bro, that's like, you know what? I'll use this if I made to segue into the last 2 things. That's like the homie that we got that's doing Zeno's work, that's making these dope pegs for us, to swap our heads on all of these bodies. A.A.F.C.T Customs, absolutely. Which today he put up some more pegs for the demoniacal fit Martial is Forever body. So you can go from put the Gohan head up there, the legendary Super Saiyan Goku head up there. You got the other peg to go from the base head for the demoniacal fit Goku to put it on the legendary Super Saiyan body. You got the peg for the demoniacal fit body to put 2.0 heads on there. Like, you got the peg to put the Beast Deity Super Saiyan 3 head sculpt onto the demoniacal fit Goku body. Like, my man is doing Zeno's work. He does what he does. He out there doing his due diligence. So it's like, yo, like, stuff like this. And again, like Tonsen, my man, he's like a collector himself, making stuff for us. And they're all at like ridiculously cheap prices, and you're getting bang for your buck. Like, so, like, definitely check out his page. Definitely go on eBay. He's on Instagram, Facebook. His store is on eBay. Like, yo, like, go ahead, go up there, grab yourself some of those things. because we all got ourselves something coming in, like for sure, and
Yep.
we are happy and we can wait. We cannot wait. And then the last thing is from another homie of mine, which I'm pretty if you're not familiar with him, but he's on Instagram and on Facebook, Takara Tony, and he's making it's called a Hadouken set, right? But you look at it, we know what it really is. I mean, you can make it to be an Hadouken. You can shorten it absolutely, but it comes with LEDs as well. So it comes in blue and yellow, and pretty much it's a Kamehameha effect piece. And the content you're getting with all of this is insane. Like it's pretty dope. So like you can do those iconic, Kamehameha, Gallic gun, clash scenes, Gohan and Cell, like they're all dope. Like it's all fire. It looks really good. So highly suggest you guys check that out. Definitely getting big bang for your buck with that one. I can't wait to get mine in hand. It comes with the stand. It comes with two different blast sizes. It comes with the stream for the blast. It's like you won't be disappointed. I promise you that. I posted it in the 5K Facebook group, as well as in some other groups as well. And like I said, you won't be disappointed. Highly encourage you to check that out.
And I think you can message him directly if you want to partake in an order, or you can go through HK Toy Box if you want to pre-order through there.
Yes, you can.
But with that, I think that actually completes all of the topics for this one today.
Yes.
So I think we can finally give our outro here and conclude this podcast. I think this is the longest one so far, which every time we've done one so far, this is the third one. We keep going higher and higher into the times that we're doing these. So
it's our fault. It's because we've been waiting so long to do these, man. It's our fault. But life be happening.
Yeah.
Like,
we be having like hundreds of topics to talk about. But hey, It's all in good fun. I love talking to you guys. But
always talking to y'all gents, man. It's always a pleasure.
Appreciate you all checking out the podcast. It'll be uploaded obviously on both my channel as well as Bombastic's channel. Sai, I don't know if you want to promote your new photography page. You want to promote that?
The homie put me on the spot. Like I said, new year, new me, and they are encouraging me. This is why I love my brothers. So like I said, new year, new me, coming out my shell. I made a new Instagram page. Ryosei, the Otaku Kid, is now I'm showing off my custom work, the figures that I've been working on, stuff that I have been doing in the backgrounds, and stuff that I still have coming up in the upcoming year. I'm going to be using that to, post pretty much a lot of my collection. Had to move out of, country-wise for work purposes and whatnot, so I don't have everything here with me, but what I do have here, gonna be posting pictures of that stuff, and then I'll probably start doing some updates on, just figures and everything like that, updates on stuff that's coming out and whatnot, and and due to the encouragement of my brothers, at some point, once I get some other things, I'll probably be venturing into their world, doing a little YouTube stuff here and there. So that's the plan for this year. And again, this is all thanks to, my brothers here encouraging me to jump on this bandwagon and be the best me that I can be. So hey, if you can, check a brother out. Check out a little bit of my work on Instagram. Like I said, Ryosei, the Otaku Kid, for sure. Pretty sure my brothers help a brother out as best they can because they always help me out.
I'll link it in the description of the pod.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, my brothers, for this. Gents, thank you as always for allowing me a voice to speak and get stuff out and helping me onto this new venture in my life and whatnot. And only looking up for here to go, man. Thank you.
Oh yeah, of course. Anytime. Any closing remarks, Bombastic?
I was supposed to be fantastic plastic, but never panned out. As I said, I set the trend for platinum. Let me stop. It's going to be at least one person that takes what I said in the beginning of the pod seriously. I made playing with plastic cool again. Excuse me. No, I didn't. Y'all was already doing this. Y'all already know the vibes. I just like to sensationalize stuff, and that's why I'm bombastic in the first place. If you look up the definition of the word, um, I'm just glad. I'm glad. Thank you all for supporting the channel. You know, all the videos are always very successful in my eyes. The reviews are very successful. Y'all almost always get my reviews to the same amount of subscribers that I have. I always appreciate that because to have basically the same amount of people as your subscribers watch your videos, that's a very hard thing to do on YouTube. Quiet as kept.
Yeah.
So the people that you see even get close to that, they're really doing the thing. So I appreciate all the support. I appreciate even asking me questions, because sometimes you ask me questions that I could only ever know if I was working with the official company. I'm like, bro, I'm not that elite now. But I'm not being long-winded. Go ahead, Burst. Take it away.
You ain't being long-winded. It's good to celebrate. It's good to celebrate. But yeah, thank you all for watching. We definitely are going to keep trying to do these as often as we can. But like Sai said, life happens. So I see comments sometimes asking, are you guys doing another one? Are you guys doing another one? Not doing it? Don't worry.
A lot of time.
We certainly be talking in the DMs about trying to do it. It's just scheduling. Like Sai said, he's in a whole... Right now, it's probably like, what, 12? 1 in the morning for you? 4?
No, it's even beyond that. It's like 5 in the morning for him.
It is 3:11 a.m. for me.
So this is why we need to conclude this podcast so he can get some sleep.
Exactly.
All right. Well, I don't want to drag it on any longer. Thank you guys for watching. Everything that we talked about, I'll try to provide some links in the description as well as social pages. So be sure to check those all out. But without further ado, I'm going to close it out here. And we will catch you in the next Anime Action Figure Collectors Trifecta podcast. Peace.
Peace.
Later.